Agajanana Padmarkam Gajananamaharnisham Anekadam tam bhaktanam Ekadantam upasmahe. Sarvamangala mangalye Shive sarvartha sadhike Sharanye Trambake gauri narayani namostute Sharanagata dinartha paritrana parayane Sarvasyarti Hare Devi Narayani Namostute Srishti Sthiti Vinashanam Shakti Bhute Sanatani Gunashraye Gunamaye Narayani Namostute Jaya Narayani Namostute Jaya Narayani Namostute Jaya Narayani Namostute Tvam bhumirapo nalo nilo nabaham Tvam bhumirapo nalo nilo nabaham Tvam bhumirapo nalo nilo nabaham. The Mooladhara chakras solid, the Swadhisthana chakras liquid, the Manipura chakras energy, the Anahata chakras gas, and the Vishuddhi chakras space-time ether. All of these are present right here in the hand and can be accessed, all these Panchabhutas. And you see the beautiful combination of the thumbs being away from the rest of the fingers. And the thumb is essentially energy, whereas the others are associated with, on the one hand, that is the little finger and the ring finger, constitute the solid and the liquid, which is essentially what constitutes kapha and can be raised to ojas through sadhana. Similarly, the pointing finger and the middle finger constitute aerospace, and that is essentially vata, but when through sadhana it is elevated, it becomes prana. And then what you have left is essentially pitta, which when elevated through sadhana becomes tejas. So a real kalyanam will involve all of these, both for the bride and the bridegroom, as well as the couple. And when we talk of couple, we talk of it in a much bigger sense than what you would imagine. All of these and more in today's wedding special, because it's the wedding season. And nōttu-swarā and gauri kalyāNa vaibhōgamé in śankar-ābharaNam ragam and ādi-tālam. The nōttu-swarā is by muddu-svāmi dīkśitār. Namaskaram VasanthiMa and namaskaram everybody. marriages are about couples, not of individuals, but a couple of families. So, VasanthiMa offers us a couple of songs today in a double dhamaka. Yes, she'll precede the virally trending Gauri kalyāNa vaibhōgamé with a catchy foot-tapping nōttu-swarā, sung in the same śankar-ābharaNam ragam and aditalam as today's main offering. The shorter preamble is muddu-svāmi dīkśitār's nōttu-swarā, Shyamale Meenakshi Sundareshwara Sakshi. That's right. VasanthiMa presents a super hit wedding song for the wedding season, preceded by an unlikely Indo-Scottish-Irish fusion piece too, to activate our kundalini flow like never before. And as anticipated, my tāntric interpretations begin from, but go way beyond, conventional marriages made in heaven or hell and world's outer or innermost. But only for those who view this video till its very end. We'll have a meditation as well. Note that the word nōttu in the term nōttu-swarā is actually in hybrid Tanglish, perhaps best suited for the marital fusion of Carnatic melodies with Scottish and Irish beats, pioneered by the versatile genius of muddu-svāmi dīkśitār. He was, remember, not only an expert in Vedic chants and Carnatic music, but also Hindustani and Western music as well. And this was, believe it or not, more than 2 centuries ago. That's when Carnatic Western fusion took place. It's nothing new. It's indeed a big thumbs up for tasteful fusion music, and I should underline tasteful. When a phenomenal puritanical like dīkśitār himself come up with not just 1 or 2, but as many as 39 such nōttu-swarams in aid of his brother who was learning Western violin from the British at Fort St. George. Even Sri Tyagaraja, a sant, wasn't immune to the fusion bug. Remember, they lived in British India. Fusion bug of nōttu-swarams. Examples of Tyagaraja's contributions to fusion in the Western notes include his Varalila Ganalola and Sarasanetra, both set once again to the same śankar-ābharaNam. And even Happy Birthday to You is said to have something very similar. The śankar-ābharaNam ragam. Perhaps because, why most of these nōttu-swarams, that is the fusion between Western and Carnatic, has been mostly in śankar-ābharaNam or derivative ragams, because śankar-ābharaNam itself is from dhīra śankar-ābharaNam, and many other derivatives are also suitable for this, but mostly śankar-ābharaNam. Why? Perhaps because of its identity, śankar-ābharaNam's identity, with the C major scale in Western music. Indeed, the universal nature of music conquers even the conquerors of land, East India Company and the British rulers, as well as mind. Conquerors of land as well as mind, all alike. For clay is where even the potter who shapes it in play gets reshaped when he himself gets recycled at death in an even bigger play. A leela within a leela. Indeed, in subsets and supersets of games that our Mother Nature plays. śankar-ābharaNam ragam, as I mentioned, is a 29th dhīra śankar-ābharaNam melakarta janyam in the Venkatamaki dīkśitār system. As we have discussed this melodious principal jewel of attraction in a past episode of this channel, I'll not venture into its description here. It suffices to mention here that when I spell principle with the ending AL or LE, in this context, it doesn't matter. It's both. And that says it all and baits it all about this jewel of our attractive nothingness, Shiva. śankar-ābharaNam. śankar-ābharaNam. Shankara, the attractive principle of our own nothingness, Shiva, and Abharanam, something which decorates him. Of course, he's not Alankara Priya as we saw in the previous episode. It's more of an Abhisheka Priya, but he wears jewels too, just like Vishnu takes bath as well. Regarding today's main offering, Gauri kalyāNa vaibhōgamé, I'm not aware of who is the lyricist or composer. Seems anonymous. Extensive search on the web also didn't take me anywhere in terms of identifying the composer or lyricist for this popular Tamil wedding song, blended with Sanskrit stanzas too. Yes, the two most ancient languages which I call as my own parents, Tamil the father and Sanskrit the mother of all languages, not only of me and my tongue. So, with this kind of a popular Tamil wedding song blended with Sanskrit stanzas, it's mouth-watering, making it my cup of green tea. Please let us know if you're aware of the lyricist's name for Gauri kalyāNa vaibhōgamé through your comments below the video on YouTube itself. While the true meaning of Kalyanam is far deeper and significant for individual sadhana, many would have arrived to view this video imagining it's about marriage. Well, not to disappoint them, I'll indeed talk in the first half just about marriages, as we all know about it. Once VasanthiMa is done singing, as per past precedents, we'll obviously be transported into deeper Siddha, Advaitic, Tantric, yes, this time another speciality, Tantric and Yogic aspects of the truer Kalyanam. Siddha, Advaitic, Tantric and Yogic aspects of the truer Kalyanam, not the Kalyanam that Tamilians are familiar with. Not merely the dime a dozen marriages. So, please buckle up your seats and hold on. At that point in time, that's after VasanthiMa sings, and I give you these wonderful deeper interpretations of the two songs that she has or would have sung by then. Then, we'll also take a look at a couple of other similar sounding songs. VasanthiMa is giving a double dhamaka. Why not I multiply it by twofold and give you 4? A look at a couple of other similar sounding songs, wedding songs that is, but the real Kalyanam, and their potential relationship with today's Gauri kalyāNa vaibhōgamé. They are Chitraveena Ravikiran's composition in Maniranga Ragam and Adithalam, same as today, namely Lakshmi kalyāNa Vaibhavam, not Vaibhogam, but Vaibhavam. Big difference. Adai kana laksham kangal vendum, and the even more popular and perhaps older lilting Tyagaraja composition Sita kalyāNa vaibhōgamé, back from Vaibhavam to Vaibhogam. Thus, saving the best for the last as a dessert, let's now get on to the main course. Aha ha 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 ha, kalyāna samayal sadam. Aha ha 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 ha, kalyāna samayal sadam. காய்கறிகளும் பிரமாதம், அந்த கௌரவர்கள் பிரசாதம், இதுவே எனக்கு போதும். கல்யாண சமையல் சாதம், காய்கறிகளும் பிரமாதம், அந்த கௌரவர்கள் பிரசாதம், இதுவே எனக்கு போதும். ஆஹா ஹா 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 ஹா, ஆஹா ஹா 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 ஹா, ஆஹா ஹா 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 ஹா. ஆந்திரா பஜ்ஜி அங்கே, இந்திரா சொஜ்ஜி இங்கே, அந்தார பஜ்ஜி அங்கே, இந்தார சொஜ்ஜி இங்கே, சந்தோஷம் மீறி பொங்க, இதுவே எனக்கு திங்க. கல்யாண சமையல் சாதம், காய்கறிகளும் பிரமாதம், அந்த கௌரவர்கள் பிரசாதம், இதுவே எனக்கு போதும். ஆஹா ஹா 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 ஹா, ஆஹா ஹா 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 ஹா, ஆஹா ஹா 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 ஹா. புளியோதரையும் சோறு, வெகு பொருத்தமாய் சாம்பாரு. புளியோதரையும் சோறு, வெகு பொருத்தமாய் சாம்பாரு. பூரி கிழங்கு பாரு, இதுவே எனக்கு ஜோறு. கல்யாண சமையல் சாதம், காய்கறிகளும் பிரமாதம், அந்த கௌரவர்கள் பிரசாதம், இதுவே எனக்கு போதும். ஆஹா ஹா 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 ஹா, ஆஹா ஹா 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 ஹா, ஆஹா ஹா 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 ஹா. ஜோரான பேணி லாட்டு, சுவையான சீனி புட்டு. ஜோரான பேணி லட்டு, சுவையான சீனி புட்டு, ஏராளமான தட்டு. இனி இஷ்டம் போல வெட்டு. கல்யாண சமையல் சாதம், காய்கறிகளும் பிரமாதம், அந்த கௌரவர்கள் பிரசாதம், இதுவே எனக்கு போதும். ஆஹா ஹா 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 ஹா, 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 ஆஹா ஹா 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 ஹா. Yum! What a delicious main course. One of the 16 prescribed food items, one of the 16 auspicious events or milestones in one's life called as the Shodasha Samskaras. Shodasha meaning 6 plus 10, 16, and Samskaras being these important life events or milestones, witnessed not only by our digestive fire at our Manipura chakra, but also by the thumb, wherein the Manipura chakra is directly connected to Agni and Tejas. So not only by our digestive fire, but also by our own life energy field, Agni, that's marriage. Because Agni Sakshi is very important, though another Sakshi will also be talked about in today's song very shortly by VasanthiMa, and I'll describe it after she's done. Keep that aside for now. But witnessed not only by the digestive fire like Kalyāna Samayal Sadam, but also the life energy, which is also a fire at the Manipuraka chakra and the thumb. So, witnessed not only by our digestive fire, but also by our own life energy field of Agni, that's the witness, and that's marriage. It's referred to variously in Bharatiya languages as progress. I gave you the hint. Progress. That's Kalyanam. Kalyanam essentially does not literally mean marriage, but progress. And because marriage involves progress, therefore the word Kalyanam for marriage also. Right? Lots more of these details later on. But let's think of a few other words, the many words in Bharat for wedding, kalyanam, marriage, etc. Let's look at it. One is kalyanam, that is progress, don't forget. Next, tirumanam, that's a Tamil word for marriage. What is it? Break it up. Tirumanam. What is it? Manam, of course, can also mean manamagal and the bride and the bridegroom, etc. But manam is more importantly in the very basic root word, the mind. And Tiru means prosperous. So Tirumanam is prosperous mind. Kalyanam is progress. Tirumanam is prosperous mind. See the source of all of these things. Let's not lose the significance of these wonderful entities. Third, Vivaha. In many different Indian languages, including Hindi and many of the North Indian languages, even in some of the South Indian languages as well, Vivaha or Vivaham. Vivah. A special wow factor. V is Vaisheshika, Vishesha, and Vishesha Va is Vivah. A special wow factor. So progress, prosperous mind, and a special wow factor. You see all of these things in typical marriages, right? Right. Next, at least until they last. A special wow factor is Vivah. Next, let's come to my home state for 4 generations, both on my paternal, maternal sides, Karnataka, and the classical language Kannada. Maduve. Madhu, you all know in all languages derived out of Sanskrit, Madhu means honey. Maduve. Precursor to a honeymoon is Maduve. So you got it right? Then, because it's a prerequisite, right? You need to get married to go on a honeymoon. Most people do it before that, but it's not technically a honeymoon. Next, Pelli, because Telugu is a very common language in VasanthiMa's channel because she sings a lot of Tyagaraja songs. Tyagaraja is sung in Sanskrit and very few in Tamil as well, but mostly Telugu. So you keep hearing a lot of that. Shyamas Shastriya's Telugu, Annamacharya's would be Telugu, should be probably singing in the future. So Telugu is a very, very important language in our channel. What's the word? All you Telugu audience, Pelli, right? Pelli. What is that? Pennu ill. Pennu in Tamil, which is very closely connected to Telugu because of the border influence. And illu. Illu is in Telugu, house. So finding a bride, a new home, is Pelli. That's one theory for what Pelli could mean, because many of the Telugu speaking people themselves whom I interacted with could not arrive at a rigorous conclusion on what it could mean. But one potential possible meaning for Pelli is to find a new home for a bride, etc. So I just gave a sample of the words used for Kalyanam, alternate words. Further importing and incorporating, well, we import gods. Jesus is part of our Sanatana Dharma now. Muhammad is a part of our Sanatana Dharma now. Allah is a part of our Sanatana Dharma now. The Persian fire is a part of our lore now, thanks to the Zoroastrians. The Jain, Mahavira, and the other 22 Tirthankaras, other than Mahavira, Gautama Buddha, and all the Buddhist monks, including Dalai Lama. You'll find pictures of all of these great men and women who have traversed not only our nation but around the world, that we honor. And that's the great inclusivity of Sanatana Dharma as opposed to being an exclusive religion. So Why leave out marriage? In marriage also we import, right? So further importing words and incorporating foreign terms such as shadi. Yes, shadi is not Indian. It's from Persia. What it means? Happiness. So progress, prosperous mind. You've seen all those things, precursor to a honeymoon, etc. Now we're talking of happiness. That's what shadi means, from Persia. A contract for sexual intercourse, nikah-nama, from Arabia. They're very explicit, you see. To pledge a bride for a bridal run. What's the word? To pledge a bride for a bridal run. Like elope, you know. To pledge a bride for a bridal run. Well, you know this word very well, but you didn't know this is what it means at the etymological roots. Well, it's wedding. Wedding means to pledge a bride for a bridal run. From Britain, of course. Yes, that's the shocking etymology of this oft-used English word. We tend to use so many words without knowing where they came from. And they tend to mean very different things over time, and then therefore they lose the power. Whereas Sanskrit, the sound vibrations, the frequency, the pitch, and the combo of the various pronounced letters at various portions of the mouth, all are perfectly tuned with the meanings. So the name and the form are very intricately connected, and in fact the most intricately connected in the Vedic language from which Sanskrit arises. So the next, one more word, English word, at least now it's English, matrimony. You know what it means? The act required to convert a Latin woman into a mother. That's because matri is matra. It comes from the Sanskrit root as well. And matrimony, and there are many matrimonial sites also, as you know very well, and there are matrimonials in newspapers, etc. We tend to use it without even knowing its meaning. What it means? The act required to convert a woman, of course this original is in Latin, so a Latin woman, into a mother. Alright? We have had Italian women in India becoming mothers. So it's from Italy, of course. I take as husband, that is another word for marriage. It says, I take as husband. It's the nuptial bond from France. Yes, nuptial has French roots. So such unknowingly or knowingly, intended or unintended, marriage jokes apart, yoga. Yoga is the real and ultimate union of all that ever was, is, and will be. A true kalyanam of Prakriti and Purusha. Even if we look at the literal meanings of these words, from their very roots, the theoretical intention seems to have taken various undesirable practical implications over just a few generations, leading to friction, domestic violence, physical and emotional abuse, dowry harassments, false allegations, litigations, separations, divorces, single parenthood, orphaning, etc. Definitely not a laughing matter. Obviously, we have missed the sankalpa, or the main intent and intention of this institution of marriage somewhere down the line. But all is not lost, and we can, as individuals, as couples, as families, coupled families, and society, resurrect the true ethos of kalyanam if we really want to. Apart from being the first of 4 stages in life, Brahmacharya is far more significantly an assertion of the fact and truth that I am Brahman, Aham Brahmasmi. Even literally, Brahmacharya is traversing through the field of life energy and progressing Chara as Brahman, our true, universally, all-inclusive identity. The only true identity, the only all-inclusive identity, Brahman, the kindergarten of which is Kalyanam. Aham Brahmasmi is the PhD, then the kindergarten of that is Kalyanam, marriage or progress. That is just including one person, because Kalyanam is hopefully in most situations just between 2 people. So one including the other and the other including vice versa. So it's like I belong to you, you belong to me. So that's 2 becoming 1. நீ என்று நான் என்று இரு வார்த்தை ஒன்றாகி நாம் என்று ஒரு வார்த்தை உண்டானதே. So that's essentially what we're talking of. The 2 words I and you became one single word of we, right? But the goal of life is all inclusivity. No, we're not talking of orgies here. We're talking of or polygamy or polyandry. No. Marriage, monogamy, monoandry. But it's a training for us how to be all inclusive. Not in a physical sense, because physical means it's subject to boundaries and boundary conditions. That's essentially the definition of physics, or anything physical has boundaries. But in the metaphysical, we can go without boundaries. But there's no necessity to directly jump from the physical to the metaphysical. There are various other planes of our existence, and we shall walk through all of that and see how the husband and wife can integrate in each one of these planes, and therefore how we can learn to integrate at the higher planes of existence, not at the physical plane, maybe not even at the emotional plane to some extent, but as you go to the higher and higher planes, I'm giving you the hint, the energy plane, the intellectual plane, the spiritual plane, then all is one already. It's just that we have kept our eyes closed. We're not seeing the truth. How can we open that up? That's what we're going to be mainly discussing today. I'm going to enjoy it. I'm sure you will too. So this spouse is the only person that we are including in a Kalyanam. An exercise demo to start with as a grand beginning in itself. At least in some of the families, it's a marriage between 2 families rather than between 2 individuals, and therefore the inclusivity is a little more than just between 2 individuals starting a nuclear family, right? So an exercise or demo to start with as a grand beginning in itself. Yes, marriage celebrations are mostly so grand, except during the COVID lockdown periods where only a maximum of 50 are allowed, that is legally. Hence the grandeur of the celebrations too, to recognize and appreciate the immense significance of this process of Kalyanam or progress, and to wholeheartedly engage in it as an institutional device. Sadhana. Yes, sadhana is not just something that you pray to something or something like that. There are many different types of sadhana. But whatever your sadhana, it is a device which helps you to evolve. And the true sadhana would be that where every breath is a sadhana. Whatever you do, it becomes a sadhana. It's not something that is restricted to a particular time during the day, let's say the Brahma Muhurta or something, each and everything you do, including sleep and excretion, eating, whatever you're doing, playing around with your children or interacting with your professional colleagues, customers, etc., everything can become a sadhana. And we will see how that's done as well. Wholeheartedly engaging in it as an institutional device, that is marriage, that's also a sadhana. So as a corollary to misunderstanding brahmacharya, there's also a misunderstanding that everyone on the spiritual path has to be single, which is neither a necessary condition nor a sufficient condition. There are many singles who may not be progressing spiritually, and there are many couples who might be progressing spiritually as well. So there are all kinds. These are not necessarily correlated, and just being single doesn't guarantee you to evolve spiritually. You might as well do it as a grihastha. It all depends on the individual. This concept of priests and nuns as singles for religion is again a Western import. Macaulay Putras that we all are, we just don't shy away and are not ashamed at all of going on importing whatever is from the white race, be it in UK or US or anywhere in Europe, Australia. Ours, the new Australia, that is, not the Aborigines. Ours not being singles, right? So what is it then? If for the Western religion it is to be single, then for us it's not singles, then what is it? Singularities of zero and infinity instead of single. In fact, if you peruse the thousands of years of history of Bharat, we see that most of the great seers, great seers, Maharishis, have been married and have had greater offsprings than themselves. Shukamuni was considered to be far superior to Vedavyasa, his father. So, you see that the great seers or Maharishis have been married mostly and have had greater offsprings than themselves, greater in all senses of the word, especially in the spiritual sense, allowing for nature to evolve us further in their secure lineages. Go tra. Trayate, protection. Go, move. Gotra, secure lineages. You understand? Again the roots. So at the same time, we are allowing for nature to evolve as all of us further in the secure lineages of the Sapta Rishis that we have derived ourselves from. For example, I'm Vishwamitra. Gotra means whatever Vishwamitra achieved, like giving the Venkateshwara Suprabhatam or the third chapter of the Rig Veda or the Gayatri Mantra and so many other wonderful things that he has done. His descendants, all the way up to me and my children, etc., should be one step ahead or better than what he has contributed. What more can we contribute? And how can we evolve ourselves to be better beings? To evolve us further in their secure lineages or gotras. Secure tra, lineages go. Gotra, secure lineages. At the same time, there have also been a substantial number of spiritual giants in solitude as well. as great as these Saptarishis who were all married. There have been wonderful bachelors and spinsters as well over time. Spinsters you can think of in recent times, Mirabai, Sakkubai, Akka Mahadevi, etc., who were, some of who were married but then lived pretty much a spinster life. But I'm talking of ancient times, not centuries, but millennia, many, many millennia. Think of it. Right from Narada and Shukamuni, whom I just mentioned as Vedavyasa's son, to Adi Shankara, who in fact popularized monkhood far more, because it was at the same time where Buddhism was catching up in a big way and all of the Vedic samskaras were being left out, dropped off, and therefore he wanted to bring a balance, and therefore, whereas both single spiritual seekers and married spiritual seekers have been around in our history forever, at times the balance goes off track and somebody like Adi Shankaracharya has to come and say, well, there are too few single spiritual seekers, monks, and therefore we try to bring that back in the form of brahmacharis and then retaining the brahmacharya over time. But brahmacharya really, as I already told you, means the chara of Brahman, that is, you, whatever you do, whatever you act, whatever processes of life you're doing, you do it with the ultimate realization that I am Brahman, Aham Brahmasmi. And after Adi Shankaracharya, of course, there are many, many other single seekers who have become great rishis as well, right up to today. There are so many amongst us who are living Maharishis, Jivan Muktas, who have realized while they are still alive in their own bodies. So it's a matter of personal preference and fulfillment of mutual needs, if any. Some of us may not have needs at all or have very few needs, and some of those can probably be fulfilled by ourselves. We don't need another person or another family to do that for us. But whether to marry or not is a matter of personal preference and fulfillment of mutual needs, if any, which ought to determine whether a spiritual sadhak marries or does not. It's not for the society to judge and nudge, either way, but either to push somebody who's not willing to marry. You see that very commonly in so many families, and those who want to marry, forcing them to be monks or bachelors. No, give at least that much freedom to individuals, mature individuals. But some members of the society always happen to interfere, and we sadhaks ought not to become a football of other people's opinions, even if the other people, they happen to be parents and other such well-wishers. But you know what is best for yourself if you're mature enough. Yes, parents knew what was better for you when you were very young. But once you have crossed a certain age, you decide what's best for you. And other such well-wishers, without hurting their feelings, either of the parents or teachers or other family members, relatives, without hurting them, there's a way of handling and getting your way done. So on the other hand, as parents, we ought to recognize that we are merely temporarily appointed trustees. Ramakrishna Paramahamsa used to say this so many times, so wonderfully. Yes, all of us parents have to recognize that we are merely temporarily appointed trustees. Nevertheless, with an immense opportunity to facilitate the mature choices of our wards. Yes, we are facilitators. Beyond a point, our role changes. We have to leverage this great opportunity that is there for us to facilitate the mature choices of our wards, assuming of course that we have already inculcated such maturity in them through our own live examples. Not by telling them do this, do that, don't do this, don't do that, but by actually practicing it, and they have witnessed it over such a long period of time, and then they just do it. So through our own live examples, and of course samskaras. That's most of the samskaras in individuals are inculcated by their parents or whoever they have lived with, be they grandparents in my case, for example, or aunts, uncles, and probably teachers, gurus. The thirst for spirituality or seeking the meaning of life via the ultimate truth of who we are, where we come from, and where we go is a natural inquisitiveness if our petty minds are not caught up entirely in short-term issues. This inquisitiveness to know, to dive deeper into who we are, because in is the only way out. So this inquisitiveness to dive deeper into who we are is a spiritual need that in fact arises in all of us during many recurring moments. You may have observed it or may not have, but during many recurring moments, this inquisitiveness does arise. If we notice it, sometimes we don't encourage it, we might just drop it. But there are lots of us who notice it and pursue it as well. And that's one of the best pursuits that you could ever get into. Adventure that you will never ever regret. Trust me. And trust the many others who have walked this path before me. The spiritual need that in fact arises in all of us during many recurring moments in life, when our other fleeting needs are temporarily taken care of. Yes, needs can never be taken care of permanently. New needs will keep arising, right? Even eating, you're not done with once in a lifetime, right? You go hungry after some time, again you have to eat and excrete, and the cycle keeps continuing. So they have to be taken care of, but as you keep taking care of these, it's not a big concern or an issue or a problem that some of your basic needs are being taken care of, then automatically this inquisitiveness about who am I, where have I come from, where am I going, what am I doing, what is life, how I relate to the rest of life, etc. will definitely arise. In fact, it would have already arisen. Whatever your age, whatever your gender, whatever your cultural background, it would have arisen. But whether you heeded to that thirst, spiritual thirst or not, it's up to you. So, these needs that need to be taken care of before that spiritual thirst can be catered to and quenched eventually through enlightenment is what are these needs, that other needs other than the spiritual needs? Bodily needs, emotional needs, intellectual needs, energy needs, economic needs, familial needs, societal needs, national needs. Not many people go into that end, but they are wonderful patriots even today, in every country. Global needs, who look beyond their own nations too, and security, all of which need to be taken care of to a reasonable extent. If any of these are highly deficient in being catered to, then the chances of the spiritual need arising and you noticing and catering to it is very remote. Well, there are many exceptions where people had these very severe needs in all of these or many of these areas and still pursued spiritual needs as their first priority. But at least for the vast majority, these have to be taken care of first. And then the spiritual needs. Swami Vivekananda says that you can't teach any spirituality or yoga to a hungry man. First feed him, right? More importantly, skill train him so that he or she can get their own jobs and be independent financially, and therefore over time they get into the spiritual path as well. Well, unknowingly or unknowingly, we are all into the spiritual path, but how deep and how sincere are we, how conscious are we about those efforts, that's where it matters, right? So now I'm saying that all these needs that I listed out about the body, emotion, intellect, energy, etc., going all the way to nation, globe, etc., security, family, economics. Now, I told you they have to be taken care of to a reasonable extent. Now, what is reasonable extent? How much of bodily needs should I fulfill? How much of emotional needs should I fulfill? Well, different minds judge this threshold of what is a reasonable need differently. And you have to give it to that. My need may not be same as your need, it might be lesser or more. Doesn't matter. But each of us can, and it can change over time as we age. Certain needs might reduce, certain new needs might arise. A baby might be all that an infant might need is just the mother's milk. Over time, as it goes into a smaller child, it might need toys. As it goes into a teenager, it might be looking for companionship, and as a youth, it might be looking for jobs, and as a middle-aged person, looking for professional success or wedding, marriage, and children, etc. So things change over a period of time for the same individual, and from individual to individual, how much is reasonable changes based on what? The inculcated environmental and the genetic samskaras. Yes, genetic samskaras play some role, and the environmental. I don't like to use the word upbringing, because every child grows by itself. It's just that we are facilitating it. But while facilitating it, what kind of environment we give the child, and what genetics have we passed on? All of these are stored as samskaras. And no, we're not talking of the Shodasha Samskara. That's a different thing. There's life events. It's the same word has these two different meanings for the right reason. I'll come to that later. Anyway, so what is a reasonable need in each one of these situations? Body, mind, intellect, etc. Depends on the individual, as I said. It depends on their samskaras and nurtured and developed vasanas. Nurtured and developed vasanas as well, okay, which, as I told you in a previous episode, is basically the thing which keeps you away from your spiritual nature, which keeps you tied down to your identity as body, mind and intellect. That's the vasana. Now, extremists, I'm not talking of necessarily terrorists, but those who go to the extremes, extremists would term one's own greed as need, and the other's need as greed. That's the trick which our mind plays. When we need it, yes, it is a need. Same thing, somebody else needs it, we call that a greed. When we are greedy about something, we still call it a need. When somebody else is greedy about the same thing, we say that is greed. So this trick we have to be watchful of our minds playing. And one of the many ways in which this long list of needs that I listed out are aspired to be taken care of is through a mutually beneficial marriage. Mutually mutually beneficial marriage. Give and take. Ample give and take. Not only take. It's about giving. That should be each individual in a couple's primary motivation. What can I give to make their lives better and enhance their lives and accelerate their evolution in all dimensions, in all planes of their existence, bodily, emotional, intellectual, energy, spiritual. So there has to be ample give and take from both sides. Some of these aspirations are bound to remain unfulfilled. You recognize the aspiration and you're trying to pursue it, they're bound to still remain. Some of them get fulfilled and some of them don't. Or even trampled upon. Your aspirations could probably be trampled upon by your spouse. Depending on each partner's own karma. You can't blame your spouse for trampling your needs. It's your karma, and he or she is the postman delivering that karma to you. If you escape that situation, somebody else will come and deliver the same karma to you. So recognize the responsibility that whatever happens to us happens because of our karma. So some of these aspirations are bound to remain unfulfilled or even trampled upon depending on each partner's own karma. Not talking of couple karma, group karma. Let's not complicate things. Each individual has his or her karma, and that comes on either in this lifetime or over many lifetimes. When it comes, the timing doesn't matter, but it will come for sure. Say, Bhagwan ke ghar mein deri ho sakti hai, andheri nahi. Actually, instead of Bhagwan, it should be in karma. Karma ke is whatever the law of karma is, in that there can be delays, but there can never be an absence of the karma bearing fruit. Without recognizing this, most couples initiate a blame game. That's the start of friction, and can lead to all the more notorious and horrible things that I mentioned earlier. So most couples, instead of taking responsibility for whatever happens in their lives, even if it means trampling of their own requirements, instead of ascribing it to their karma, they ascribe it to or put the blame upon their partners, their spouse. That's when the problem starts. Initially, friction arises and can lead to a higher degrees of calamities if left unchecked and unlubricated. Typology is important here. Lubrication. Not talking of necessarily physical, but emotional, intellectual, spiritual lubrication. All are important. Through what? Through knowledge. Knowledge is the greatest lubricant. Probably next only to wisdom. Mutual understanding is another lubricant. Adapting, adjusting, and accommodating. These are three beautiful words that my grandpa taught me. Swami Sarvana Bhavananda, he himself having learnt it from Swami Chidananda Maharaj, and who in turn learnt it from Swami Shivanandaji Maharaj, the Dr. Kuppuswamy from Malaya, who went on to Rishikesh to become a great saint and begin a phenomenal organization called the Divine Life Society. And all of their messages are very short and sweet. Maybe it would have appealed to today's social media generation of Twitter and WhatsApp, etc., Facebook. One of those gems that I still remember is adapt, adjust, and accommodate. And many of us, family members and relatives remember this too. Many of my cousins who practice this so thoroughly. Even many of us admire to the extent to which they can adapt, adjust, and accommodate. Immediately after encountering anything one finds to be inappropriate in the spouse or in the situation, instead of taking the CAR policy, that is CAR, C for change, A for accept, R for relocate. So instead of taking this CAR priority order, first C, then A, then R. First change, then accept if change doesn't work, then relocate. So instead of taking the CAR priority order, CAR priority order, most couples are too impatient. Shanikshara's Dasha has probably not gone deep into them, or the elder Shani, etc., which teach lessons of patience and perseverance. So most couples are impatient and get onto the reverse gear and take the RAC approach, rack approach. Is RAC? At the first instance of something going wrong, relocate. Divorce or runaway separation, etc. Then they look at other options of maybe I should have accepted. Maybe I should have tried to change the situation. Maybe I should have tried to change myself. Too late, right? Go back from RAC to CAR. First try to change the situation. Try your best. See if you can change yourself. That doesn't work. Then you try to accept it as it is. What to do? When you yourself are not going to last, will the situation last forever? No, that could also change. So hold on, be patient, persevere. Well, if that also doesn't work after a reasonable amount of time, what is reasonable has to be decided by each individual, then you relocate. Right? So don't go on the reverse gear of RAC, go on the forward gear, high speed of CAR, car. It's been a while since I've driven at high speed, or driven at all. Remaining in lifetime railway waiting lists forever. Because of RAC, Reservation Against Cancellation, very common term in Indian Railways parlance. A wonderful Indian Railways officer in our audience as well, regular audience. So remaining in lifetime railway waiting lists forever. Pursuing RAC instead of CAR is the source of most problems, including incompatibility, infidelity, abuse, addictions, suicides, and divorces. But the brighter side of the story is that they are preventable. You and I can take responsibility to prevent that, at least in the families that we are associated with, apart from ourselves. That's the brighter side, because all of these are preventable. And I always say, prevention is usually much better than cure. Another factor which can ensure the survival of marriages is the conviction of at least one of these spouses. Both, then great. But don't keep depending on. Always it has to be both. At least one can take the lead and inspire and make the other one follow up later on. So another factor which can ensure the survival of marriages, I've seen it in many actual cases, is the conviction of at least one of these spouses that I will accept all situations that arise as inevitable and already possess an infinite ability to respond to all of these situations and render them amicable over time as an opportunity to serve the other's needs. Yes, within each culprit, there is a victim hiding. Recognize that and see if it's a reasonable need, why not cater to it instead of going through all of this ugly situation in and out of the court. So amicable as an opportunity to serve the other's needs rather than only bothering about one's own needs. Let's get off this small selfish with a lowercase s, to the big selfish, the selfish with a bigger s, self, the atma, the soul, through the nature of our existence. If not fully, at least moving in that direction. It is the direction which matters mostly rather than the speed. You might be going at top speed, but if you're going in the opposite direction to your destination, what's the use? You might be going very slowly, like a snail in the hare and tortoise story, you know that. But as long as you're moving in the right direction, sometime or the other, in this lifetime or the other, you will reach. So when we're talking of evolution, right? And evolution carries on even over lifetimes. So when we ourselves are fleeting lives, isn't it stupid to consider our needs as permanent? Needs would change as well, and the strength of those needs would change as well. So at any given point of time in history, there will always be some who are inclined towards conjugal bliss, as well as those who find their own heavens in solitude. To force marriage upon the unwilling is as stupid as imposing singlehood on the rest. The complementary set. It's for parents and societies as a whole to accept both these kinds of youth as potent individuals who will contribute to the growth of their individuality and everybody around them, the entire ecosystem. So we have to recognize both these kinds of people who want solitude, who want conjugal bliss, both these kinds of youth as potent individuals. Recognize that and respect their own inner callings as valid and mature choices. Of course, if you have inculcated your appropriate samskaras, I keep saying that. That's the precondition. For younger, those of you who have younger children, you can start doing that right away to inculcate those samskaras through your live examples, and then leave the choices to them. Respect their choices. They have the maturity to do that. Facilitating their growth, their chosen paths, their own chosen paths, rather than assuming that only the parents always know what is best for their kids. That's a huge ego, arrogance. Even though they are no longer kids, you still continue to behave like that. Yes. For us, our kids are always kids, but how long can you keep enforcing your decisions on them? Let them take their own decisions. Trust them. Give that much of benefit of doubt to them. They are your children after all. They have taken your genes. They have taken your samskaras. They have seen you, what you do, and learned to do the things in similar ways. Now why point fingers at them? So mutual trust is essential as much in parenting as in marriage. and every other relationship for that matter. Personal relationships, professional relationships, business relationships, customer relationships, what have you. Everywhere, mutual trust plays a very critical role. Impulsive and compulsive decisions. Impulsive means instantaneously taking a decision. Yes, many times you have to take quick decisions, but you don't hurry it up beyond a certain point without giving it certain rationale, thought, logic, and going even beyond rationale and logic to inner calling. So all that requires a little bit of time, not to be always in a race to take decisions. So that's impulsive decisions. Then there are compulsive decisions. Because last time I took this decision, this time also I will take the same decision. No, explore changes. What is the feedback from having taken that decision last time? Should I take a similar decision again? Can't you explore something else? Maybe it's better. So give room to that and avoid this compulsiveness and impulsiveness. Because impulsive and compulsive decisions to marry, because that's what we are focusing on here, marriage. Impulsive decision to marry or compulsive decision to marry. Impulsive decision, example could be love at first sight. Compulsive decision, because well, everybody in my family is married, so I should also marry. Compulsive decision, right? So it could be habit that you yourself have cultivated, or you see the society around you and just copycat kind of. That's also compulsive. So impulse, these examples are very important. Because just keep throwing words like these and not actually give practical examples, then you don't know how to actually follow. And what's the use? Just chit chat, entertainment going on between us. No, I want this to actually benefit in your lives, and that's the reason why I take off so much time and effort and energy in order to not preach, not tell you down on these things. I never do that. Small kids, even kindergarten kids. I just lay open my understanding over time, especially through meditation. And then for you to experiment and explore those options. Just that. Being aware of these options, which have worked in some cases, including myself. Sharing that means that maybe it could help somebody else. That's the whole intention over here. That's the sankalpa. So impulsive and compulsive decisions to marry have reaped as much havoc as Western influences have. Not always keep blaming everything on Western influence. That's why we are going down the drain. No. A lot of things you have to take responsibility for. In fact, for everything. That is the law of karma, right? Just like you can't blame your spouse, you can't keep blaming the British for all the evils that occurred, or the other invasions that have been waged over millennia. For all. Yes. You understand the implications, you understand history. Let's not make the same mistakes. That's fine. Learning the lessons of history. But at least now take charge and see what can be done to improve the situation now. It's in our hands. So reflecting in rapidly rising divorce rates, these impulsive and compulsive decisions to marry or not to marry for that matter have because some impulsive and compulsive decisions not to marry could result in so many of these rapes and gang rapes and other sexual molestation cases that keep happening over time. Same way, compulsive decision to marry can also lead all kinds of domestic violence, etc. So make sure for yourself, not based on necessarily other people's opinion. Listen to people, listen to parents, listen to everybody, but final decision has to be yours. So reflecting in rapidly rising divorce rates is what is this impulsive and compulsive decision. In Bharat also, by the way, though it's growing at a rapid pace, but still, Mera Bharat Mahan. Nowhere is the divorce rate here near those in the so-called developed world, first world countries of US, Canada, Western Europe, Australia, etc. Well, I'm not just saying this. I give you statistics to back up this claim that yes, divorce rates are increasing rapidly in Bharat, but still nowhere close to the so-called developed world's divorce rates. Yes. The fact that the marriages in Bharat are usually between two large joint families, even if they are not any longer staying under the same roof, but still they are joint family. At least an emotional connect is there, and whenever somebody needs somebody else's help, they're always there. May not be physically, but in some sense or the other, the help comes. So essentially, this joint family approach might stop being there in many situations physically, but it's still there in the mind. So the fact that marriages are usually between two large joint families, rather than merely two individuals, ensure that the divorce rates are still the lowest in the world. Yes, we hold the world record at 13 divorces, 13 divorces per 1,000 marriages. Out of every 1,000 marriages, only 13 to divorce. In other words, close to 1%, or even lesser sometimes. It keeps fluctuating, but it's around that mark. So 13 out of 1,000 weddings are the only ones which go all the way up to divorce. The world record by a big margin, because India's first, the lowest divorce rates. Was second. Another warm country, not just in terms of weather, but warmth in terms of relationships between Chile. Hot in a different sense to Chileans. Yes, Chileans come next, but their divorce rates are 30 out of every 1,000 marriages. 30, that is second, and still they are way better than many other countries, because the next best is Colombia. 90 out of 1,000. Mexico, 150 out of 1,000 end up in divorces. Turkey, 220 out of 1,000 marriages end up in divorce. They're all amongst the better ones. Not as good as India, somewhat reasonably okay. At the other end of the spectrum are richer nations with a world record going to Luxembourg. The richest countries, best per capita income closer to that. And the number of divorces there. 870 divorces for every 1,000 marriages. That is 87% of the marriages end up in divorce. Followed by Spain, 650 out of 1,000. France, 550 out of 1,000 divorces. Russia, 510. And USA, all of us keep looking up to it as a role model, unfortunately. 460 divorces per 1,000. That is one out of every two marriages approximately ends up in a divorce. The earlier, quicker, and deeper the efforts of the spouses identify and filling each other's vacuum needs, the better the chances for the marriage to succeed. Of course, it doesn't mean that all the 99% sustained and enduring marriages are all happy marriages. No, I'm not telling that. Nobody can reach that kind of a conclusion. That's far from the truth. In fact, as we all sincerely know, can't brag too much about it, but we can brag about it, and take pride in it, and take inspiration from it. Most importantly, we have to admit that the 99% of the marriages, many of them are not happy marriages. We'll admit that. But that very willingness to compromise to adapt and accommodate once again. Enables and flowers one's ability to understand the fleeting nature of life, and thus bear inevitable pain. Yes, we can bear pain, physical pain, emotional pain, intellectual pain, even spiritual pain. We are able to bear that. Our ability to bear pain is so much more. And Friedrich Nietzsche used to say, that which does not kill you makes you stronger. Remember this. Remember you've gone through what you think as the worst kind of situation. Well, you're alive. And that's the most important thing. Life is the most precious. And you still held on to it. And it would have already made you stronger. Whether you realize it or not. Just see how you handle other situations. Hope the same situation doesn't occur, but whatever situation, you'll handle it much more mature if you have survived without either being killed or killing yourself. That happens too. So the ability to bear inevitable pain, even if intense, without even a bit of suffering, through maturity, yes, can have all kinds of pain, but not suffer, without even a wee bit of suffering. How? Through maturity and wisdom. Your own and those of your well-wishers, leading to rapid spiritual growth, at least for one of the individuals, if not both. Most importantly, stable marriages are directly correlated in many studies to the holistic growth of the children of those marriages. But of course, there are exceptions and outliers at both ends. That is, a few stable marriages have also resulted in unworthy children, while some single parent kids and even orphans have turned out to be brilliant and holistically grown adults of utmost utility to the society, nation, even globe. So those are exceptions. Majority rule is that the better the environment you for your children to grow, the better they come out. At least you are not responsible for what they go through, because you have given you all the best you could. There should be no regret. At the end of the day, it's all about recognizing, cultivating one's own ability to respond, which is responsibility. Etymology of the word, the ability to respond. That is responsibility. It's not a blame game. I'm responsible for everything. I have an unfounded, limitless ability to respond to any situation whatsoever. Not to react, not to blame others, not to blame, even the grahas or my horoscope, but to accept absolute responsibility, knowing fully well that the entire universe operates the law of cause and effect. What to speak of this minuscule body, mind, and intellect. Of course, they're subjected to Newton's third law of karma. So cultivating one's ability to respond, which is responsibility, or dharma, as per the unfailing law of karma. Very closely related. Dharma and karma, your duty conscious. Karma, your responsibility. That leads to yoga. Once you have recognize you have responsibility and unbounded, limitless, infinite responsibility at that. And you're going to fulfill your dharma, your duty consciousness. Then that will automatically lead to yoga. Or a recognition that one includes or dissolves into the other. Either you include them, or you dissolve yourself into them. Doesn't matter. The end result is one and the same. As a first joyful baby step, blissfully uniting with the entire universe eventually. That training ground, training you. At least with one individual, you become united, belong to them, dissolve into them, or let them dissolve into you. If you can do this with one individual, you can do it with the entire universe. It's not straightforward, but you gain in clarity and perception and any confidence, clarity and perception is the one which will not just blind self-confidence. That is nonsense. It's immaterial, whether the husband spiritually dissolves into the wife, or the wife spiritually dissolves into the husband. Doesn't matter. Vice versa. Of course, that enables each other all round growth, not only in spiritual sense, but also in the physical, emotional, intellectual, energy senses as well, economic, etc. Societal, familial, etc. All round growth, and ideally requires spouses to be both a dharmapati and a dharmapatni. Most often we keep talking about dharmapatni, wife, refer to a dharmapatni, but it has to be mutual. If you expect your wife to be a dharmapatni, you have to be a dharmapati, right? It's not a one-sided thing. So ideally it requires both the spouses to be catering to dharma, dharmapati and dharmapatni. If not, both and the conjunction here, there is dharmapatni and dharmapatni. If not both, dharmapati and dharmapatni, both and. Instead of these two conjunctions, the conjunction should at least be either or. That is either a dharmapati or a dharmapatni. That would be better. Right? The problem arises and takes on serious proportions only when the conjunction is not both and is not either or, but it happens to be neither nor, neither dharmapatni. If they can't aid each other's growth, they should at least avoid becoming obstacles in each other's path of holistic evolution. A prerequisite to yoga in its truest multidimensional, multiplanar sense, multifaceted sense. With the spouse is of course yoga at each of their own levels. Body level, husband's body, wife's body. Emotional level, wife's mind, and the husband's mind. Intellectual level, wife's intellect, the husband's intellect. Has to be yoga. And spirit, of course. So energy in between. So recognizing individuals' indivisibility. Because if you look at the word individual duels with dual. Indivi, the same root as indivisible. It's ending with dual. There is duality. There is plurality. Spite of them, there is an indivisibility. That is individuality. So recognizing indivisibility is very critical. Duality, ability are key components to observe in these two words of individual and indivisibility. Individuality, there is duality. Indivisibility, there is an ability. So that avoids schizophrenia and being possessed at the personal level. So there's again in the personal level, because we are schizophrenic or possessed, then you have multiple personality. You're not indivisible anymore. At the family level, it preempts the dangers of large egos and ego clashes. Natural outcome. Eventually we dissolve in our own everythingness, or Vishnu, or the entire universe, dissolves in our own nothingness, or Shiva. Witnessed in this larger perspective of huge potentialities, marriage helps one to gradually learn that the short-term bodily pleasures of physical union are spatially and temporarily limited by virtue of the indelible boundaries of bodies. We are not joined twins after all. Even conjoined twins have to eventually die and disintegrate. Let's look at it at 5 levels. Start with the Muladhara chakra, which is at the base of your spine, in between your reproductive and excretory organs, the anus and the outer genitals. That's the base of the spine. That's the Muladhara chakra. I already told you right at the beginning. That's represented. I can show you is the ring finger, Muladhara. Then Swadhisthana, Manipura, Anahata, at the heart, and Vishuddhi at the pit of the throat. The other two, of course, Manipura is right behind your spinal cord. And the Swadhisthana is 2 inches below the Manipura approximately. Again in the spinal cord. So the gradation is start with the earth element, Bhumi, or the solid at the Muladhara chakra, ring finger, and then move on to the water element, liquid at the Swadhisthana chakra. Then you move on to the fire element, energy at the Manipura chakra. Then you move on to the air element, gas at the Anahata chakra. Show you the middle finger. We show it this way. The ether element, space-time, the Vishuddhi chakra, at the pit of the throat. That's a gradation. No, that's not all. I was talking of marriage, I'm talking of this. What is that correlation? Let's look at that. One by one. It starts with the Muladhara chakra, earth element, the base of the spine. While the short term, gross and solid, healthy bodily pleasures and passion of physical union, sex that is, are spatially and temporarily limited in the restrictions of Vatsyayanas Kama Sutra, providing a whiff. Smell is important. Earth element. Know the smell of the earth, and the first raindrops come hot summer. What a wonderful smell. That smell only sense starts Muladhara and continues all the way to beyond. So most critical base fundamental out of the senses is the smell. So I'm saying Kama Sutra provides a whiff of the Karma Yoga. Karma Yoga is amazing, but just a whiff of it you can get by looking at the physical union in the sense of the Kama Sutra. Yes. Providing a worthy Karma Yoga at the Muladhara for perceptive, patient and persevering leadership. Yes. Muladhara is owned by Saturn, occupied by Ganesha.
What is leadership? Special leadership. Visheshanayaka. Vinayaka. Who removes the obstacles. Who has clarity of perception. Who is patient. Just like Saturn going around in a cycle of 30 years. The zodiac. So let's fix that you see Saturn in the background constellations, and then you see that 30 years to come back to the same constellation. So patience, perseverance, like Saturn, leadership, like Vinayaka, in your Muladhara chakra, the powers of Buddhi and the special powers and the ability to think out things. And Santoshima, their daughter, which is essentially contentment. So all of these are in the ring finger, and in your Muladhara chakra. Smelt the ring finger, and engage at betrothal. No wonder you wear the marriage ring on your ring finger, right? And that's essentially the physical union or sex, Vatsyayanas, Kama Sutra, just a whiff of Karma Yoga, right? So you see that. I'm going to tell you about the similar thing about the next chakra. Gone from solid to liquid. From earth element to the water element. From Ganesha, Vinayaka to Muruga, Kartikeya, Subramanya. From Saturn's houses of Capricorn and Aquarius to Jupiter's houses of Sagittarius and Pisces. So what's in store there? What is fluid? What is liquid? Here we said already say when we talked about the physical union, shortest gross, solid, healthy bodily pleasures and passion, right, of physical union. Now what are we talking about? The slightly longer. Not as short as the physical union. Slightly longer term. Subtle, not as gross as the physical union. Subtle and fluid. Mental pleasantries. Love and compassion. Of emotional union. By the moon, by the mind, all said to be fluid in nature. How the moon exerts its gravitational force, cause tides during Amavasya and Paurnami. It's all related to that. Body is 3/4 water. Obviously, this fluid or this liquid is also going to be affected by the moon, right? Close friend of Jupiter. So this slide we have already talked about gross and very short term physical union. Now we're talking of the emotional union. Slightly longer term, subtle and fluid mental pleasantries. Love, passion of emotional union. Swadhisthana chakra. Emotional union. Muruga with Devi and Devyane. Are broader in their canvas of Narada Bhakti Sutras. There we had Vatsyayana Sutra for the physical, for the emotional. Narada Bhakti Sutras. Giving a taste of Bhakti Yoga. From Karma Yoga at the Muladhara to Bhakti Yoga at the Swadhisthana for wise, nurturing and enlightening security in valor. Yes. Jupiter, symbol of wisdom, nurture, motherly nurture, and enlightenment. So So we are talking of here, bhakti, the emotional union with our spouse, with our husband or wife, or gay marriage, lesbian, the partner is a life partner. So when you are having an involvement with them, you dissolve your emotions, dissolve their emotion into you, slightly longer, subtle and fluid, mental pleasantry, love and compassion of emotional union are broader in their canvas of Narada Bhakti compared to Kalyāna's Kama Sutra. Giving a taste of watery Bhakti yoga at the Swadhisthana for wise, nurturing and enlightening Jupiterian security, valor, kanda, savored the little finger. There I told a whiff for the physical, which is smelled at the ring finger. What am I telling now? I'm talking of valor, a taste of watery bhakti yoga at the which is savored at the little finger. So smell has given way. A little bit continues the smell, but now the emotional levels also the taste of emotion, smell of the physicality. Now the smell is continuing here as well. Now there are only two senses that we are dealing with. Well, some of these aspects you might know and learn books or websites or other people. This whole information that I'm giving you, cannot find it anywhere else. It's out of my own experience, deep meditation that I'm coming up with this. This is profound knowledge. It's a treasure. Whether you realize its value and put it into practice in your life or not, to you. It's up to you. Not impose even on my own spouse or children, the family member, friends or students. I can reveal what I experience. If somebody benefits from it, well and good. Even if one or a few benefit from it. So we have talked about earth, and water, two Panchabhutas, the two lowest positive chakras, higher evolved chakras, Muladhara, Swadhisthana, Vinayaka, and Muruga. Saturn, Jupiter, Karma Yoga, Bhakti Yoga. How you can have physical union with your spouse, how you can have an emotional union with your spouse. Marriage is very critical, and these two aspects are very critical in marriage as well. So we have completed 2 out of the 5. Come to the guy in solitude. Nothing about matter. It's about energy. But Einstein already told you energy and matter are interconvertible according to E squared, perceiving the speed of light in vacuum. So what are we talking about here, right? So you have to get on to next chakra, right behind your navel, into the spinal cord, and the physical body is the previous two chakras, but in the subtle body, right? We are mapping it conformally to the physical body. Have an understanding, but don't think if you break open the spinal cord, see an actual nadi within that chakra, see a chakra rotating, revolving, giving life. Many people imagine meditations go haywire, crazy and mad and mental hospital. Let's not do all of that. Understand the significance of formal mapping locations, the body. Meditation, you will actually perceive flow of kundalini through these chakras, going from physical union to emotional union. Next is the energetic union, the Manipura chakra, Ganesha and Muruga. Now have Nikanta, Sharamayappa, Mallikapur, Tamman, Mohini Avatar, Madevadai. So what is energy? Let's click and what is it to marry? We already united with our spouse, physically, karma yoga, emotionally yoga, bhakti yoga, taking advantage, Syayana, Narada's tips for us. Now whose comes in handy? You're talking of energy, Patanjali, the Manipuraka chakra, right? And here we talk about gross and short-term pleasures, longer term, and slightly more subtle, even more longer lasting. So the long term, subtler and hot bliss, ecstasy of energetic union are definitely feasible as enunciated in the Patanjali Yoga Sutras, blurring boundaries and enabling glimpse. First I told about with. Then I told about the taste, emotional taste, physical with smell. Now we are talking of a glimpse, eyes, sight. So the one sense which comes all the way through all is smell. Right from Muladhara it's coming. Now it have as for compass the Swadhisthana taste. Now we have come to the Manipura at the navel, and there the third member joins in sight, and that's sight. Okay. Now at first sight, well, energy playing a role. So the long term, subtler and hot bliss and ecstasy of energetic union are definitely feasible as enunciated Patanjali Yoga Sutras, blurring boundaries and enabling a glimpse of fiery Raja Yoga, Karma Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Raja Yoga, of which Hatha Yoga is a part. Patanjali's Ashtanga Yoga, Niyama, Asana, Pranayama, Dhyana, Dhyana, Samadhi. All of this comes here. Long term, subtler, hot, digestive fire, right, hot, bliss and ecstasy. No wonder, sight, the fire seen through the eyes, the water, the previous chakra, can be tasted, solid earth, can be smelled. Talk to you about rain after hot summer, the smell of the mud. Now we're talking of Manipura chakra, right behind your navel. Long term, subtler, and ecstasy, energetic union, definitely feasible. Your spouse of marriages here. Definitely feasible. As enunciated Patanjali Yoga Sutra, blurring the boundary between he and she, and between the spouse, the husband and the wife, loving those boundaries, enabling just a glimpse. There it was just a whiff. There it was just a taste, light taste, just a glimpse. Of what? Of fiery Raja Yoga at the Manipura. For disciplined, scientific and Martian. Yes, is associated with Aries and Scorpio, Mesha and Vrishchika. Therefore, here we saw it was Kumbha and Makara. Then we saw it was Dhanur and Meena. Now we are talking of Mesha and Vrishchika, Aries and Scorpio, both owned by Mars. Angaraka, Kuja, Mangala, Sarvai. So at the Manipura, for what? We are doing this Raja Yoga in a marriage situation. For disciplined, scientific, and Martian duty consciousness, dharma, duty, consciousness, shasta. So duty consciousness, beheld at the thumb. Beheld. We say glimpse, beheld. Okay. Right. Is smell. We saw earlier. Right. So similarly, taste. What taste? Did you taste? Savor. You savor the taste. Right. Savor the taste. That is essentially here. Prior to that, we smelled the whiff, and now what we are doing is we are beholding the glimpse. Right? Beheld at the thumb. Discovering solitude. Even amid companionship. Okay. I think I need to take a break so that I put my iPad charging. Otherwise, it might go off in a few minutes. So just let me then tell person. I'll put it on and then continue.
Yes, I'm back with the fourth chakra from the evolved ones, which is the Anahata chakra at the heart. If you took a look at it from the point of view of the systems in the body, we're talking of the excretory system associated with the Muladhara. We're talking of the reproductive system associated with the Swadhisthana. We are talking of the digestive system associated with the Manipuraka. And now we have come to the Anahata, which is essentially associated with the circulatory system, the heart chakra. And later on we'll see the Vishuddhi chakra is associated with the respiratory system, before I forget. Then the Agnya chakra, which is associated with the endocrine system, and the Sahasrara are associated with the nervous system. Okay, of course there are many other systems like skeletal system, etc., which are across these chakras, but these are the primary responsibilities at these chakras handling the physical body. Okay, now that we have completed these three, that is the earth element, water element, and the fire element, the next most subtle element or subtler element is air, which is essentially anything which is gaseous in nature. It's also a fluid, but as you know, it has more freedom than a liquid. Okay, solid has very little freedom. Liquid has a little more freedom in flowing and occupying whatever shape the container might have, and then the gas even more freedom in terms of moving around, right? That's air. That is the Anahata chakra. We've evolved further to the Anahata chakra, the seat of Lakshmi Narayana. The seat of Lakshmi Narayana, the pointing finger. And that's what in the beginning also I was telling. Bhumi Rapo Nalo Nilo Nabaha. Okay, so we are Nilo now. That is air. Right. Hanuman is very special there, of course, with Lakshmi Narayana, Savataras Sitarama, the mind and the soul. So now let's see what's happening here. The pointing finger, which is correlating to the Anahata chakra. Okay, so we were talking of things slowly becoming longer periods. Say the physical union was very short, the shortest. Emotional union with your spouse, a little longer. Then we talked about the energetic union, even more longer, even more subtler. Now we are talking of the longer lasting, even more subtler and airy peace and joy of intellectual union are guaranteed as revealed in the which sutra now? You already talked about the other sutras being Vatsyayana's Kama Sutra, then we went to Narada's Bhakti Sutra, then we went to Patanjali's Yoga Sutra for teaching us Karma Yoga, Bhakti Yoga and Raja Yoga respectively. Now we come to an even more subtler, longer lasting, airy, peaceful and joyful intellectual union guaranteed as revealed in the Vedavyasa Brahma Sutra. Yes, Vedavyasa not only compiled the Vedas and categorized them into 4, Rig, Yajur, Sama and Atharva. He not only wrote the 18 Puranas and gave birth to Shukamuni, who in turn was responsible for the Srimad Bhagavatam. His own father Parashara Maharishi was responsible for the Brihat Parashara Jyotishya Shastra and many other wonderful things like the Vishnu Purana, if I am not mistaken. But out of all these things, what I am talking about here is a sutra which is very, very critical. Most people know about the Bhagavad Gita as a good set of questions and answers which helps people even up to today. Most people know of the Upanishads or the Vedanta as questions and answers which help people even up to today. But there's a third in what is called as, along with Gita and the Upanishads, what is called as the Prashnatraya, that is the Brahma Sutra. Sutra thread, that which helps to connect like the beads in a necklace. But now we are talking of the Sutra of Brahma himself, the Brahma Sutra written by Vedavyasa. So the longer lasting, even more subtler and airy peace and joy of intellectual union are guaranteed as revealed in the Vedavyasa Brahma Sutra, dissolving and rendering a nudge, just a touch, a nudge of breezy Jnana Yoga. At the Mooladhara, it was what yoga? Karma Yoga, right? And it was smell, whiff. Then at the Swadhisthana, revision, very important. At the Swadhisthana, what was it? It was Bhakti Yoga. And how did you experience it? Yes? You remember? After smell, what comes? Not. Yes. Taste. Should give some time for you to think, right? Taste. Okay? So, what did you get a taste of to savor? What was it? Bhakti Yoga is emotions, right? And like the physical karma, karma yoga, action. Here we are talking of actions through the body. Now you're talking of devotion through the mind. Then we went to this, right? Patanjali's Yoga Sutra for Raja Yoga. And what were we able to do that? You were able to see it, behold it. Okay, just a glimpse of it, right? Now, how many senses we have completed? 1, which is smell. 2, which is taste. 3, which is sight. What are the 2 left? You know. So what is the next subtler thing? Is not sound. Sound is the subtlest. We'll go to that later. Now, what are we talking about? You're talking about touch. That's why when we say somebody has done something remarkable, soft, loving, peaceful, joyful, then we say you've touched my heart, right? Touch. So that's the Anahata Chakra, pointing finger. Anahata Chakra, pointing finger. Longer lasting, even more subtler, airy, peace and joy of intellectual union, as opposed to the previous, which ones were physical, emotional and energetic unions already finished with a spouse. Now we are coming to an intellectual union. Okay, so at the intellectual plane you're able to exchange ideas, etc. That's Brahma Sutra, dissolving boundaries and rendering a nudge, a gentle touch. It's called a nudge of breezy, because it's airy, right? Breezy. Jnana Yoga. The greatest of all wise people is Hanuman, who learned directly from the sun god, Surya. While Surya was going through his regular duties. I've talked to you about it, right? The Guru Dakshina was to take care of Surya's son, Sugriva. Well, coming back. So what are we talking about here? Hanuman's intellect. Amazing. He was a master of all the scriptures. And he's going to be the next Brahma. He's an avatar of Shiva who served Vishnu as Rama and is going to become the next Brahma. Brahma is also a seat, like Vedavyasa is a seat, a chair, which keeps getting occupied by different people. The Brahmasthana, eventually we'll see, is also going to be occupied by Hanuman. So he has a connection with the circulatory system and the respiratory system and communication. So anyway, let's stick to this for now. The Vedavyasa Brahma Sutra, dissolving boundaries, rendering a nudge of breezy Jnana Yoga at the Anahata for comfortable, luxurious and technically smart sustenance. Which planet? Well, it's the owner of the Rishabha Rashi and Tula Rashi. That is Taurus and Libra. It's Venus, Shukra, Shukracharya, the guru of our tamasic gunas or ashuras, who have been left below the Muladhara Chakra, but the guru of theirs is having houses over here, right? Anyway, so what are we talking about? That's the Jnana Yoga. Just like Shukracharya is as smart and intelligent as Hanuman. So you're talking of comfortable, luxurious and technically smart sustenance. Why preservation, maintenance and sustenance? Lakshmi Narayana, Lakshmi's prosperity and Narayana's sustenance, maintenance and preservation, using that prosperity of his power, Lakshmi, right? And what is happening to this? Felt at the pointing finger, volunteering to help. Ring finger, engagement, betrothal we talked about, right? Then at the little finger, I don't know what's the speciality about the little finger in terms of a peculiarity in customs. But coming to the thumb, we said discovering solitude even amongst companionship, right? Now, beheld at the thumb, discovering solitude even amidst companionship. Discovering solitude even amidst companionship. What is happening in many other cases? Even in the presence of a partner, you're feeling lonely. The other extreme. Here, even in amidst companionship, you're discovering solitude. And solitude is a very proactive thing, unlike loneliness, right? It's a negative connotation. Well, so Lakshmi Narayana felt at the pointing finger, volunteering to help, to create that joy and peace for your spouse and all the others in your ecosystem. And gradually moving on from the spouse to the society, the nation and the globe. not just humanity, but all other living creatures as well. And finally, we come to the fifth. I can't show the finger all by itself because of various connotations, unfortunately, from the West. But this is the most profound. Obviously, you see, for most people, that is the tallest as well, the subtlest as well. And that represents the Akasha Tattva and the Vishuddhi Chakra of Saraswati and Brahma. And the fifth of the sense organs, namely sound, comes into picture now. The other four have all joined the journey. One at each station, one by one, they are jumping onto their compartment, and now we have the fifth member joining, and that's sound. The sound is the subtlest, and that's why the power of the mantras, especially of the Vedas and in particular the Upanishads, the Shanti mantras, the Gayatri mantra revealed by Vishwamitra Maharishi, one of the Sapta Rishis, all that is associated with the sound. Communication, so very important. So what are we talking about here? In the same sense of how we talked about earth, water, fire and air, now we talk of space. I told you air and space together, what they do? Create aerospace, but more importantly, take you from vata to prana. These two, I told you, they take you from kapha to the earth and the water, take you from kapha to ojas. And this takes you from pitta to tejas. If you engage in these spiritual practices and see the correlation between the chakras and the fingers. So now come back to the middle finger and the Vishuddhi chakra at the pit of our throat, Saraswati Brahma. Of course, finally, it is the eternal. Of course, there are other chakras, but not associated with the Panchabhutas, so we'll not go into them. It's already taking too much time. We'll have many more wonderful golden opportunities to look at all of them as well. I do not want to upload too much at a time because these need to be not only heard and seen, Shravana, but also Manana, reflecting in your mind, and then Nitidhyasana, bringing it into practice. Because these are all very sophisticated and extremely useful things, but if and only if you reflect on it and put it into practice. It's not just out of trust in me, but out of your own experiments. If you see benefit in it, you put it into practice, and then that stays with you for much longer than just because of trust, however much you might trust me and respect me. So next, let's come to the fifth of the bhutas and the fifth of the chakras. There's 7, and of course 2 more beyond that. I've mentioned it in passing many a times in different contexts, but now we are focused on the Vishuddhi, and again correlating to marriage. We already had a physical union with our spouse, we had an emotional union with our spouse, we had an energetic union with our spouse, we had an intellectual union with our spouse. Time to have spiritual union, the ultimate, right? It's beyond this. We're all the same, not only spouse but the entire universe. Coming to this, of course, the eternal. The others were physical union was very short term. And slowly the period started increasing up to the intellectual level. Now it's become this was intellectual union was very long term, the longest term, finite, but now infinitely long, which means eternal. Of course, the eternal and subtlest. This was the grossest, now it's the subtlest, and they're right next to each other, and they are said to be spouses. Yes, Akasha and Prithvi are spouses of each other. Prithvi, of course, being given a feminine quality, and Akasha being given a masculine quality, and that's why in one of the mudras, which you would have seen in the Rajnikant movie Baba as well, you see that what are the 2 things which are left out? Is the fluids, that is liquid and gas, that is water and air. And these two, the couple, Prithvi and Akasha, the grossest and the subtlest. The grossest is feminine, doesn't mean women are gross, or subtlest being male doesn't mean all men are subtle. No. You can find exceptions in both these cases. What we are talking of is the masculine nature and the feminine nature, and each of us is endowed with both of these, because remember, we have the Pingala Nadi and the Ida Nadi, the Surya Nadi and the Chandra Nadi, referring to the masculine and the feminine, and all of these are within us. So don't confuse between that. Okay, but essentially the fact that these two are together, and many other things. We do the Chin Mudra. What essentially it means, we are bringing the fire element, and which other element over here? The air element. Air fans fire, right? So as more and more winds blow, the fire goes to a larger region, especially these forest fires that we talked about in the previous Massage and Message episode in katham.in, the other sister YouTube channel of Srimati Vasantha Kumari Sampath's channel. So if many of you have not subscribed to that, take a look at that as well. So that's essentially what we're doing. In the Chin Mudra, we are bringing the fire element and air element together and letting the others apart. That is the also representing the gunas, those three gunas that you take away from, and the Atma comes and joins the Brahman. So many different things, multi-dimensional, multifaceted, multiplanar things happening at the same time in each one of these mudras. That's why mudras are so very useful and sophisticated, and I mean, how much ever I say about it, unless and until you have practiced it, you would not see the effect and utility of that. Okay, so let's come back to the middle and various other mudras. If you look at the Chinmaya mudra, it's again air and fire coming together, and the other three going into oblivion. That is Akasha Tattva, the Prithvi Tattva, and the Apa Tattva, Jala Tattva. And then you also have the Meru, not the Merudanda, is the Adi Mudra. Adi Mudra, what we do, we hide the fire or the energy, and it's only matter which remains outside. Energy remains concealed in it. It's the duality, the principle of uncertainty of Heisenberg, that that which is energy is also matter, and that which is matter is also energy, and keeps shifting between the two, creating waves. So amazing. All of this were known to our rishis in such much more profound detail than the latest research can ever reveal to you in physics. And essentially that's basically the Adi Mudra, the most ancient mudra, as we say, which is very good for your heart and other things. Essentially you're putting your thumb, the fire element, the digestive fires at the Manipura chakra inside, and their outer lying ones are this is the middle one. Remember, Manipura chakra, out of these five, this is the middle one, and we are putting that inside and covering it up with the others, two on either side, and namely the prana generating one and the ojas generating one. What is inside is the tejas generating one. And now we have the Adi Mudra, and finally the fire comes out, and that's the Merudanda of the spinal cord, which is essential, very useful for those suffering back issues, and who want to raise the Kundalini Shakti to meditate with the Merudanda is an amazing feature that you have to experience. Please do, please experience. Okay, coming back to the middle finger, right? Of course, the eternal, subtlest, and ethereal, as opposed to airy or watery or fiery or earthy that we talked about. Now we are talking of ethereal, space-time. Of course, the eternal, subtlest of all. This is the grossest of all, earth. Subtlest of all, the ethereal truth and reality. Okay, now, giving what all gave way? joy, peace, love, compassion. We have gone beyond that to what is Sat, Chit, Ananda, truth and reality of spiritual union, physical union, emotional union, energetic union, intellectual union with your spouse, and now a spiritual union, inevitable, eternal, subtlest, ethereal truth and reality of the spiritual union are inevitable, as evident in the unbounded level of our self. Unbounded level of ourself. Everything else has a boundary. Just the boundary kept getting bigger and bigger. We started with the Annamaya Kosha, which is the body, and then we went to the Pranamaya Kosha, we went to the Manomaya Kosha, the Jnanamaya Kosha, Vijnanamaya Kosha. Finally, we are coming here to the Anandamaya Kosha. Okay, the bliss, Satchidananda, the truth and reality of the consciousness, Chit. Spiritual union, inevitable, as evident in the unbounded level of our self. It's no longer the husband's self and the wife's self. No, it is our self. And self, there's only one self, that is Brahman, which is manifesting itself as many Atmas. But no, there's no many Atmas. Only one Atma, and that is Brahman. And that alone is, and that life is permeating through all humankind, animals, plants, trees, insects, birds, what have you, viruses and bacteria, amoeba, all, okay, all the way up to the extinct dinosaurs and so on and so forth, mammoths. So what are we talking about here? Inevitable, as evident in the unbounded level of our self. Body, smallest boundary, but here our self, unbounded, no boundary at all, metaphysical, generating a whisper, because now it's a sound. There you're talking of various other things, right? Glimpse, nudge, whiff, etc. Now we are talking of just a little bit whisper, sound, right? That's the smallest thing you can have, instead of a nudge like a touch or a whiff of a smell. Similarly, here we are talking of what? We're talking of sound, right? Whisper. So, generating a whisper, the unbounded level of ourself. Spiritual union has taken place with our spouse, and then you are generating a whisper of holistic Sankhya Yoga. One of my cousin's names, Sankhya. Integral, it means Sankhya. You're integrating the whole to the wholesome, wholeness, and that's essentially holistic nature. So, generating a whisper of holistic Sankhya Yoga, which means Karma Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Jnana Yoga, and Raja Yoga, all put together. Sankhya Yoga, integral yoga. Krishna talks about it in the Bhagavad Gita too. So it's just the spiritual union with our spouse is generating a whisper of holistic Sankhya Yoga, and for that you don't even need physical proximity. Wherever you are, you can be in spiritual union with your spouse, and therefore with the entire creation, with the entire universe. You are creating your own universe. So generating a whisper of holistic Sankhya Yoga at the Vishuddhi for artistic, mercurial, yes, it's associated with which two? Mithuna and Kanya Rashi, that is Gemini and Virgo, owned by Mercury, therefore mercurial, right? So the Vishuddhi for artistic, Mercury is associated with artistry also, artistic, mercurial, and creative, Saraswati Brahma, right? Creative what? Communication. Out of your creativity you are communicating. That is Saraswati Brahma, right? So artistic, mercurial and creative communication of Saraswati, Brahma, and of the planet Graha, Mercury, heard at closest to the suns. So next is sun. If you see, the order is also in the same order, how far each planet is from the sun. The sun, and then it is Mercury, then it is Venus, then it is Mars at or Manipura, further below in the Swadhisthana is Jupiter's houses, and finally the houses of Saturn. So you see, it's the same order in which the planets, how far they are from the sun. So we are getting in descending order, in other words, closer and closer to the sun, which is our spirit, which is our soul. A conformal mapping in the externality of what is the reality internally. So what we are talking about here is heard at the middle finger. So it's not at all a wrong thing that we are showing when we say vertically in the direction away from the earth or of somebody. You're actually telling a very, very nice thing without even knowing about it, thinking you are harming or telling something nasty to that other person. This is a beautiful thing, but just to maintain certain decency levels with the society the way they see it. I'm not showing this particular finger to anybody, but essentially that's the subtlest, and it's creative communication heard at the middle finger, towering up ours in unison, abandon and gaiety paramount, absolute. In fact, every one of us is already spiritually united as one. The Vishuddhi Chakra. We've always been that way, despite our memories. To the contrary, memories are always telling, no, you're not spiritually one. But despite the memories, to the contrary, we have always been that way, united, spiritually united with everybody else. And will always be that way, despite our imaginations to the contrary. We might imagine that we are not spiritually united, but that also we are united. And there is no way you can give it up. You don't have a choice. So there is no choice but oneness of everythingness and nothingness. Vishnu and Shiva. Everythingness and nothingness. Anahata and Sahasrara. The oneness is essentially in these two. And that's basically Saraswati Brahma and Durga Kalika Parameshwari. That's for another day, because it's beyond the Panchabhutas. Right. Of course, the sun and the moon and the other two Rashis, which is your Cancer and Leo, that is Karkataka and Karkataka in this eye, left eye, and the right eye is Simha or Leo, owned by Surya, and therefore the Surya Nadi or Pingala Nadi of the masculine nature and the feminine nature on the side associated with the moon. Again, in each body, irrespective of whether what our physical gender is. So there's no choice but oneness of everythingness and nothingness. There's no room for somethingness and anythingness. Only nothingness and everythingness and their oneness. No somethingness, no anythingness. Those are all just waves in the whole mighty ocean, coming in once in a while and going back to the ocean, recognizing its unison. The wave is not separate from the ocean. It's a part and parcel of the ocean, even when it was a wave. Okay, it's not somethingness or anythingness. It is everythingness and nothingness and their oneness. I'm aware that I'm inventing these words. Many of these words that I'm using here in English are not actually in the lexicon. So I'm aware that I'm inventing words beyond the standard lexicon just to hint at the unspeakable. Because these truths that I'm sharing with you, many of these cannot actually be spoken. I'm trying to go as close as possible, even without using Vedic or Sanskrit language. That's a tough task, not even any other Indian language. Doing it with English, an imported language. So I have to invent all these words to get at least a glimpse, a nudge, a whiff of all these things to enable you to appreciate what I'm saying. But the true appreciation only will come when not only through Shravana, Manana, reflection, Nitidhyasana, putting to practice. Please do it. Please do it. I beg of you, plead with you. You will never ever regret it. In fact, you'll appreciate what I'm saying now. Might look wonderful, but even more wonderful is to experience it. And I'm telling out of my own experience. So I'm inventing words out of the standard lexicon just to hint at the unspeakable, even with having reached the Vishuddhi, the communication center. Yet the tragedy is that we fail to witness it thanks to our overworking imagination, memory, and other such tricks of the trade called mind. The mantras recited during a traditional Bharatiya wedding, in whichever part of the country it might be, whatever languages they might be speaking, in fact, clearly those mantras of wedding mantras clearly indicate that this event, that is a wedding or marriage, is just a tool, a device, a sadhana or vehicle designed to accelerate, transport and accelerate our lifelong yatra towards the ultimate goal of life. Mukti, moksha, nirvana, liberation, enlightenment, whatever you want to call it, Jivan Mukta state. It's the ultimate goal of life is a yatra towards that. And that yatra can be accelerated by this sadhana called marriage. For those of us who are inclined towards it. It's not necessary, it's not sufficient, but having decided to go into it, why not take the fullest advantage of it? Don't stop with just physical union, I say. Don't just stop with emotional union also. Don't just stop with energetic union. Great, you have gone at least that far. Try next, even better, intellectual union. And finally, spiritual union. Bliss out, man. Right? So, this journey, yatra, will be accelerated once you go to the other levels of union. So let's experience that same magic, whatever I described to you in a yogic parlance, that same magic of marriage in VasanthiMa's wedding themed songs, 2 songs now, a double dhamaka. I'll come back with another double dhamaka to make it a quadruple dhamaka soon. See you there, VasanthiMa. Please go ahead. I'm waiting for the...
Sari ga ma pa de ni sa sa ni da pa ma ga ri sa Sari ga ma pa pa da ni sa ni da pa ma ga ma da ma ri ga pa ga ri sa ri ma ri ni sa sa Sari ga ma pa pa da ni sa ni da pa ma ga ma da ma ri ga pa ga sa ri ma ri ni sa sa pa 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 ma 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 ga 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 ri 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 pa 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 ma 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 ga 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 ri 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 பாபதபமா மாபமக காமகரி ரீகரி பாபதபமா மாபமக காமகரி ரீகரி சரிகமப தானி சானி தப மக மத மரி கபக ச ரி மரி நி சா சா ரி மரி நி சா சா ஷாமளே மீனாட்சி சுந்தரேஸ்வர சாட்சி शङ्करि गुरुकुग समुद्भवे शिवे वा श्यामळे मीनाक्षि सुन्दरेश्वर साक्षि शङ्करि गुरुकुग समुद्भवे शिवे वा पामरमोशनि पङ्कजलोशनि पामरमोशनि पङ्कजलोशनि पद्मासनवाणी हरिलक्ष्मी विनुते साम्भवी पद्मासनवाणी हरिलक्ष्मी विनुते साम्भवी श्यामळे मीनाक्षि सुन्दरेश्वर साक्षि शङ्करि गुरुकुग समुद्भवे शिवे वा श्रीमंगल कोरि विनायकனை துதித்து சங்கரனையும் கௌரியையும் வர்ணித்து ஸ்ரீராமனையும் ஜானகியையும் வர்ணித்து கௌரி கல்யாண வைபோகமே கௌரி கல்யாண வைபோகமே லக்ஷ்மி கல்யாண வைபோகமே லக்ஷ்மி கல்யாண வைபோகமே வசுதேவ தவ பால அசுரர் குல கால வசுதேவ தவ பால அசுரர் குல கால शशिवदन रूपिणी सत्यपामलोला वसुदेव तव पाल असुरर कुल काल शशिवदन रूपिणी सत्यपामलोला गौरी कल्याण वैभोगमे लक्ष्मी कल्याण वैभोगमे கட்டோடு வாழை மரம் கொண்டு வந்து நிறுத்தி கட்டோடு வாழை மரம் கொண்டு வந்து நிறுத்தி கோப்புடைய பந்தலுக்கு மேல் கட்டு கட்டி கட்டோட வாழை மரம் கொண்டு வந்து நிறுத்தி கோப்புடைய பந்தலுக்கு மேல் கட்டு கட்டி கௌரி கல்யாண வைபோகமே லக்ஷ்மி கல்யாண வைபோகமே ராஜீவதளநேத்ரா ரமணீயதாத்ரா ராஜீவதளநேத்ரா ரமணீயதாத்ரா சவ்யஜாதீதமேத்ரா दिव्यजारेत्रा सव्यजातीतमेत्रा दिव्यजारेत्रा गौरी कल्याण वैभोगमे लक्ष्मी कल्याण வைபோகமே கொத்து மலர் பூச்சரங்கள் பந்தலெங்கும் மாட கொத்து மலர் பூச்சரங்கள் பந்தலெங்கும் மாட சித்தமாய் வந்திருந்த தேவர்களும் வாழ்த்த கொத்து மலர் பூச்சரங்கள் பந்தலெங்கும் மாட சித்தமாய் வந்திருந்து தேவர்களும் வாழ்த்த கௌரி கல்யாண வைபோகமே லக்ஷ்மி கல்யாண வைபோகமே 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 வைபோகமே.
Awesome, VasanthiMa, awesome. Thanks, VasanthiMa. Having heard your wedding songs, hope many of us who are already married can introspect and convert our marriages in however long we would have been married, doesn't matter. We can, having heard your songs, those of us who are already married, we can introspect and convert our marriages, at least hereafter. What has happened in the past, leave it to the past. Nothing can be done about spilt milk. In the present, you can do something about it. Convert our marriages into a profound sadhana. And the bachelors and spinsters in the audience, some of you are not yet married and may be inclined to marry, may have a head start into this device called marriage. And effortlessness, ashram. Ashram. Shram, we had the Shramika Divas, Labor Day, May Day, 1st of May. May Day is not just asking for an emergency help, it's also Labor Day. But the more beautiful word for labor is the Sanskrit word Shram. And the place where mendicants or great saints and seers stay, and where we family people can also visit and enhance ourselves spiritually, is called ashram. That means not shram. Shram is effort. Ashram is effortlessness. So, those of you spinsters and bachelors in the audience, you may have a head start into your marriage, into this device called, or sadhana called marriage, and effortlessness, ashram, powered helping hand, gri hasta. Hasta is hand, gri, helping, powered helping hand, effortlessly doing seva to your spouse and their families. Effortlessness, ashram, powered helping hand, grihastha, grihastha ashram. Brahmacharya, the first ashram, first stage of life. Then you have grihastha, which is what I'm talking about now. Then you have vanaprastha. When you go to the vana, you travel. So prastav karte hain वन के लिए. And then sannyasa, yeah, samnyasa. Okay, about all those things later. Focus today on marriage, but unions at all levels. I admit I break words, like for example, grihastha. Nobody, I think, would have broken it up in that way and said gri and hasta and powered helping hand, etc. I just, this is what occurs to me in my meditations, and I just share it with you absolutely bindas, because the more I share, the more knowledge and wisdom keeps getting downloaded into me through the universal spirit of Mother Nature, Prakriti, and the Purusha, Brahman that we all are without even realizing. So, powered helping hand. So I admit I break words in unconventional ways. Those of you who are Sanskrit scholars or other linguistic scholars, please forgive me. I am not making any effort to counteract anybody or tell certain things which are probably not correct in a linguistic sense, but they make a spiritual impact. And it's my freedom how I break my words. It's my freedom how I pronounce them. It's my freedom how I break them and give an inner, deeper meaning, which is not something out of my intellect or idea or thinking. It is just occurring to me as it is. It's not my thought. It's not my idea. It's not my intellect. It's just the universe which is sharing it with me, and I'm sharing it with you. I'm just a via medium. Through me, the universe wants to share all of these wonderful truths with you, and I'm so privileged and honored to be performing this transmission. So, yes, please forgive me for breaking words in unconventional ways, because I want to decipher intricate meanings. Intentionally, I'm doing this to gain an incisive perception like never before. Trust me, the adventure is worth the risks. Even in the oldest mutual fund named marriage, people do investments, and there are these advertisements for mutual funds saying yes, there is a risk, but so what, you can, it's a reasonable risk, you try it out and you get out of it. The oldest mutual fund, my dear friend, is not any of these financial funds, but marriage. Marriage is the oldest mutual fund, and there are risks in it, but trust me, the adventure is worth the risks. So much to learn through marriage, not necessarily from the spouse, but the very institution of marriage. However stupid or dumb your spouse might be, you might still be able to learn from the institution of marriage. Okay, so we shall begin our interpretations with the nōttu-swarā, which not only helps students of Carnatic music train and practice śankar-ābharaNam ragam, but also aids all of us, whether musically inclined or not. Yes, I'm not have no expertise in music, but it goes and penetrates into me very deep. Sari Gama Padani. The Sapta Swaras and the Sapta Chakras are so intricately correlated. So any raga, you can see the dance of the kundalini Shakti in the form of a snake, not physically but in the subtle body, going up and down and activating all these chakras of Muladhara, Swadhisthana, Manipura, Anahata, Vishuddha, Agnya and Sahasrara. And it's amazing, especially with Carnatic music, and even more so with Vedic chants, especially the Samaveda, the favorite of Ganesha too. Well, so as I told you, this nōttu-swarā aids all of us, whether musically inclined or not. In what? In training and practicing, not music, but the flow of kundalini energy through the sapta chakras, by tuning and synchronizing them, tuning and synchronizing the chakras with the sapta swaras, the sapta chakras. You need to tune in with these. Just like you have a Shruti box, right? Most singers you would have seen have a Shruti box. If they don't have an actual person playing a tambura or harmonium to give them the Shruti, to which they gel. Similarly, to your chakras, there is a certain level of the Shrutis, of the Sarigama Padani. So you try to, and then go back from Sanida Pamagari, and you see the flow of energy through your spinal cord, subtly, not physically. Don't just imagine things, experience it in reality. And through just subjecting yourself, no, just giving yourself to this whole process. The process is done by the universe, Mata Prakriti and Pita Purusha, which is what we are, because our genes essentially is our father and mother acting through us. So that's Prakriti Purusha acting through us. Just let them do it. Just don't put any obstacles in their path. Pandu. Great stuff. Okay? By tuning and synchronizing them with the Saptaswaras, the Sapta Chakras, Saptaswaras. All that is, and of course the Vibgyor, the spectrum into which the visible light breaks up into. And there are, of course, between violet and indigo, there are so many colors. Between indigo and blue, there are so many colors, and so on, yellow and orange, up to orange and red, between green, etc. But similarly, there are so many other chakras also. It's not just 7. These 7 are the main chakras, just like 7 main colors and 7 main swaras. In between swaras are also there, right? The half swaras and all. Yes, those you go into the subtle nature later on. But at least these 7 you recognize and experience by letting Prakriti and Purusha play with you, by letting these Carnatic music songs like VasanthiMa's and many other great singers, let them play with you, let the Vedic chants play with you, let the colors of the sunlight, as it especially in the dawn and dusk, the twilight colors, let them play with your mind, and you would see how these chakras get activated automatically without any effort. Ashram, effortlessness. All that's essential is an undivided, rapturous attention, 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 perception, 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 clarity, 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 observation, 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 witness, witness, witness. That's all that is essential. Undivided, rapturous attention to what? To muddu-svāmi dīkśitār's nōttu-swarā to start with. Anything will work, but why not this? It's so simple, and such little kids sing this so wonderfully. Blessed are their parents and these children for the great service they are providing. Vande Guru Paramparam of Kuldeep Pai. Hats off, sir. What a great sacrifice of your own personal professional growth to bring up these magnificent next generation and next to next generation for not only their own benefit, but for the benefit of the entire life on earth. Forever. Bow down to you. So, nōttu-swarā, followed by Of course, Shyamale Meenakshi Sundareshwara Sakshi. That's part of that nōttu-swarā. It's not just the sarigama padani going in the aditalam, but then you have in force, and then you have this coming up as well. Anyway, modern physics concept of dark energy, Shyamale. What is this? Yeah, because I'm trying to give you the tantric, yogic, advaitic interpretation over here. Okay? Very, very profound. You may or may not know the value of this, but this is just phenomenal. Okay? So I'm trying to give you an interpretation of just this first line of muddu-svāmi dīkśitār. Shyamale Meenakshi Sundareshwara Sakshi. Of course, literal meaning you all know. I'm trying to give you the inner meaning, the siddha meaning, the tantric meaning, yogic meaning, advaitic meaning. Experience it. And scientific, of course. Modern physics concept of dark energy, Shyamale. Shyamale or Kalika Mahakali is essentially that dark energy. So modern physics concept of dark energy, Shyamale. Even black holes will be dissolved into dark energy. It's passé. The black hole, dark matter, dark energy is the end things. Almost 3/4 of this entire universe is made out of dark energy. So modern physics concept of dark energy, Mahakali, is referred to here in another word for Mahakali is something which is Kala, is Shyamale. That's also dark blue or dark energy essentially. With what? Shyamale, Meenakshi. Meena, fish. Akshi, eyes. Again, most people just would say the eyes are looking as beautiful as a fish. Of course they are. Meenakshi's eyes are beautiful as a fish. But there's far more significance, I say. Don't just put a fish there and leave it. No. Modern physics concept of dark energy or Shyamale with its fish-eyed vision. Eyes are for vision, right? Not just to see the beauty of the eyes of your spouse or Meenakshi. No. Modern physics concept of dark energy or Shyamale with its fish-eyed vision, Meenakshi, purposely bending and intentionally curving space-time. Yes, this is 4-dimensional space-time, 3 dimensions of space, X, Y, Z, and then there is time, 4th dimension, can't imagine. But this 4-dimensional space can be bent and can be curved, and that's essentially what is happening here. The modern physics concept of dark energy or Shyamale or Mahakali with its fish-eyed vision, Meenakshi. What is that fish-eyed vision? Many of you know, but those of you don't know, I will come to it. Don't worry. Fish-eyed vision. What is this fish-eyed vision doing? It is purposely bending, intentionally curving space-time. You know, light travels in straight lines, right? But it can be bent. Similarly, space-time can be bent so that distances which seem to be very far away can become very close to each other. Because these 2 points are so far from each other, but once I bend it, you can just pass through this hole into the other side. So you're curving and bending space and time, Kala. Okay, how? Through fish-eyed vision, which is purposely bending and intentionally curving. It's not just like it has no other job to do, it's doing it. No, it's purposely bending space-time. It's intentionally curving space-time through the provision of ultra-wide angle lenses. Many of you with very sophisticated cameras or mobiles like iPhone 12, etc. know about an ultra-wide angle, right? Wide angle. So the regular wide angle, ultra-wide angle can cover a whole range. You'll see some of the photographs of our hall, which is the studio for VasanthiMa to sing, and you'll see how wide it covers in a panoramic view, right? So, how is this fish-eyed dark energy that is Shyamale Meenakshi purposely bending and intentionally curving the space-time? It is through the provision of ultra-wide-angle lenses to ensure a semi-infinitely wide, because it cannot be all around, but at least 180 degrees in this way, 180 degrees in this way. So semi-infinitely wide panoramic or hemispherical perception of reality. Perception of reality itself, my dear friends. Rather than, and that's what Meenakshi can do. It's not just as beautiful as a fish, that too, yes. But go beyond that beauty of the looks. What it can do, the functionality. It can bend light, it can bend space, it can curve light, it can curve time and space, and doing it intentionally. How? Through the provision of an ultra wide angle lens in both the eyes, of course, to create that depth as well of the field of vision, to ensure a semi-infinitely wide panoramic or hemispherical perception of what? Of reality itself. Satchitananda. Rather than the mere inverted images. You know how the eyes work, right? Rather than our eyes, human physical eyes or many other creatures' eyes, the mere inverted images that we are used to viewing through the human retinae. One retina, plural retinae. So, we are used to that. But now, no, we are actually having perception of reality, a hemispherical, infinite perception, rather than the mere inverted images that we are used to viewing through the human retinae and the optical nerves taking it to the brain. You know all that entire story, you know. So, we are used to viewing through the human retinae. Meenakshi, Shyamale, the dark energy, fish-eyed, ultra-wide angle lens in semi-infinite vision. No wonder then that even in fanciful modern cameras, fish-eye, Meenakshi, fish-eye lenses, Meenakshi lenses, provide the viewfinder extremely wide angles of view, and it's for a reason it's called fish eye, because many fishes have that large vision. They are going through such small fishes, going through massive rivers and oceans, and they need to keep a track of their prey and who is preying on them, their predators. So for both these reasons this helps. And for seeing reality, it helps us to see through the eyes of Shyamale Meenakshi, our dark energy with fish eyes. So this enables us to broaden our vision, even as we deepen our roots, inspired by a bountiful tree. So that was the fish-eyed dark beauty, Shyamale Meenakshi. Next up, the same line, Sundareshwara Sakshi. Sundareshwara Sakshi. Again, people will just say Shiva is Sundareshwara, is very handsome, and is a witness. Both are witness to each other. Yes, true. Please go deeper. Not intellectually, through thought. Just you meditate on these words. The Sanskrit sound vibration is so profound. It reveals its meaning by itself to you. And that's how I'm sharing it with you. Okay, no intellectuality in this, no ideas, no thoughts, no logic, no rationale. Just download. The universal intelligence is available. Compared to that, all of our greatest scientists' intelligence also is infinitesimal. So why not access that universal intelligence? It's there for free for you to take, just like the air we breathe. Well, so let's see next up, Sundareshwara Sakshi. Madurai, Wonderful place, very hot, and these days infested by a lot of criminals. But yet, what a wonder of the world, Meenakshi temple, Sundareshwara. Madurai is indeed a timeless inspiration to absorb purely as a witness, Sakshi. What? Absorb pure as a witness. Madurai is an awesome place where we can absorb purely as a witness, Sakshi. That's what there in the song also. What? The infinite beauty, unbounded beauty of our mind. Unbounded beauty of our own mind. That's Sundareshwara. The beauty of our mind is Sundareshwara. The witness of our mind is Sundareshwara. Purely as a witness, Sakshi, the infinite beauty, limitless beauty of our mind, Sundareshwara, in its nothingness, Shiva, transcending all three types of qualities, thoughts, and emotions. What are the three types of qualities, thoughts, and emotions? Venturing without inertia, passion, and holier than thou attitude. Yes. Slowly we want to get rid of the asuras, that is our tamasic gunas of lethargy, laziness, and procrastination, inertia, to cultivate our rajasic gunas of passion for action. Slowly that results in aggression. Then you get rid of that as well. Then it's your sattva guna, which is just purity. And then you have to get rid of that purity or sattva guna also. Because you get too much into it, it goes to your head. Ahankara, ego. What? Thinking, I am holier than thou. I am too great. I am awesome. Chi, you guys. No. That kind of an attitude, disaster. You dive down back below the Muladhara Chakra, back to the Asura level of Tamasic Gunas. So, not only you get rid of Tamasic Gunas to start with, that's your kindergarten, you get rid of the Rajasic Gunas also through your primary middle school. Then high school, you have to get rid of your Sattva Gunas also. Not in the regular education system school, I am telling, in the school of life I am talking about. So it might be at a much later age when you also have a lot of grey hair like me. Doesn't need to be. You can do it at a much younger age as a child. Be a child prodigy in spirituality, please. So, what we are talking about is Madurai is indeed a timeless inspiration to absorb purely as a witness or Sakshi the infinite beauty of our mind, Sundareshwara, in its nothingness, Shiva, transcending all three types of qualities, thoughts, and emotions, venturing without inertia or tamas, passion or rajas, and the holier than thou attitude into dark matter. Holier than thou attitude, it is sattva gone wrong. It's like awesome milk, but it's spoiled. So, holier than thou attitude, that sattva also has to be gotten rid of. Into what? Into dark matter. Trigunatita. Shiva. That's the in-depth, true yogic, tantric, advaitic, and siddha spirit of muddu-svāmi dīkśitars. Shyamale Meenakshi Sundareshwara Sakshi. Let's venture into this song's second line now. Shankari Guru Guha Samudbhave Shiveva. Again, I'm going to divide Shiveva in a very different way. Most people will say Shive Ava, protect. I would divide it as Shiv Eva. Okay, beautiful. Muddu-svāmi dīkśitār and the levels of his offerings caters to every one of us, whatever our own spiritual evolutions might be. But unfortunately, literal translations would uncompassionately dumb this down to seeking protection from Mrs. Shivashankara, Srimati Shivashankara, mother of Muruga, or attribute it to the signing off by the poet with his pen name Mudra Guruha. That's all they will tell you. Such a treasure. We don't even know it's a treasure and we lose it in this just for pure entertainment. Nope. Deep sea diving is only for the brave. Brave where? Not just confident, courageous without clarity, with full perception and clarity of observation. Brave hearts. They are the brave hearts. Deep sea diving is only, that is the Siddha, Tantric, Advaitic, Yogic interpretations of deep sea diving is only for you and me, the brave hearts amongst us, equipped with the right gear. Because you can't just jump into the sea, my dear friend, out of courage and because you think you have it. No. Equipped with the right gear. Right? And training skills. So let's immerse. Start with this line. What are we talking about now? Shankari Guruguha Samudbhave Shiveva. What does it mean in this deep sea diving sense when we immerse? Our magnetic attractivity, our own magnetic attractivity. It's not just so-called God sitting somewhere or who was part of history as an avatar somewhere in time or in space. It's not they alone who have that magnetic attractivity. We as gods, our magnetic attractivity, Shankari, Shankari, our magnetic attractivity or Shankari of even a black hole Shankara black hole Shankara is absorbing, attracting everything. Now this Shankari is coming in dark energy and is absorbing the black hole also. Shankara was absorbing all of us. Now Shankari is coming and absorbing Shankara. It's not two persons, Shankari, Shankara. It's our own magnetic attractivity which is Shankari. Right here at the Agnya Chakra of even a black hole. Attractivity of even a black hole, that is Shankara, can concurrently and effortlessly generate some udbhave, can effortlessly and concurrently generate some samudbhava. What? Our ability to dispel darkness. Above the Sahasrara is the Matru-Pitru Chakra, about a feet higher up, and further up above that is the Guru Chakra. Guru means the darkness dispeller, the one who removes darkness. Right? So what is happening here? Our own magnetic attractivity of even a black hole can concurrently and effortlessly generate our ability to dispel darkness. That is Guru. Where? Dispel darkness where? You don't dispel darkness where it's already bright and there's light, right? Even in our innermost cave, Guha. Where? In the Swadhisthana Chakra, Guru Guha. Of nothingness alone, Shiveva, in absolute blissful solitude, Eva, inherently perceiving the non-existence of all but ourself. Non-existence of all except for ourselves, but for ourselves. Preempting any need for security, our whatsoever. Such is the beautiful, profound nature of this second line of the nōttu-swarā. Shankari Guruguha Samudbhave Shiveva. Look at this. I mean, I am fallen in love with it. I'm married, so maybe otherwise I just marry this song. Our magnetic attractivity, Shankari, of even a black hole Shankara, can concurrently and effortlessly generate samudbhave, our ability to dispel darkness, grew even in our innermost cave of Guha, the Swadhisthana, of nothingness alone, Shiveva, nothingness alone, Shiva Eva, in absolute blissful solitude, Eva, inherently perceiving the non-existence of all but ourself, preempting any need for security whatsoever, because there's nobody else other than me. Whom am I going to seek security from? What do I need to be secured for? There's nothing other than me. Our self alone is, nothing else is. What's the need for security? Ava, Shiveva, Shiva, Ava. Whatever way you want to split it, beautiful meanings. Moving on to the final stanza of the first song, nōttu-swarā, sung by VasanthiMa. What was that? Pāmaramochani pankajalochani padmasanavani harilakshmi vinute shambhavi. Pāmaramochani pankajalochani padmasanavani harilakshmi vinute shambhavi. Again, the bandwagon of professional translators would oversimplify this stanza also to mean that Brahma, Saraswati, Vishnu and Lakshmi pray to you, O lotus-eyed goddess Shambhavi, who liberates commoners. For paratroopers like us, deep sea diving is over, the previous stanza. Now let's go to paratrooping, dropping from the sky from very large heights on parachutes and then unfolding them. Wonderful friends in Australia from the Indian Air Force who have become great officers in dual holding of both the Australian and the Indian defense, and one of them is an amazing paratrooper. He still comes to India every year for the paratrooping event that the armed forces hold. Maybe they're not holding it these days because of the COVID, but whenever they hold, he comes and participates in that at his ripe age after retirement. Amazing. So that's the kind of adventurous spirit with the right training, with the right gear. You have to have your parachute, right? And you have to be trained as a paratrooper, right? So again, the bandwagon of professional translators would oversimplify this stanza also to mean that Brahma, Saraswati, Vishnu, Lakshmi pray to you, O lotus-eyed goddess Shambhavi, who liberates commoners. The Pamarajana. Right? For paratroopers like us, however, there's far more beauty to dangerously relish. You're paratrooping and falling from let's say thousands of feet, and you're looking at the ground below you. Amazing sight, right? Beautiful. There's nothing between you and them. Maybe the clouds, maybe the birds, maybe the rain, enhancing the beauty even further. So for paratroopers like us, however, there's far more beauty to dangerously relish in this stanza too. Jump, float, release, and ride on with me. Parachutes on. Just like dharmo rakshati dharmaha, protecting mochani, our innocence, is none other than our protective innocence. Shambhavi. Shambhoki avi. Shambho means that Bholenath, the innocent one. It's called Shambho, Shambho. Right? So, just like dharmo rakshati dharmaha, that is, if you follow dharma, your duty consciousness, it will protect dharma. It's self-protecting loop. So, just like dharmo rakshati dharma, which is a very well-known subhashita or proverb, protecting or mochani, our innocence, is none other than our protective innocence. It protects itself, like self-healing, self-protecting. Mochani Shambhavi. Then our protective innocence itself, how? Invoked by, somebody has to invoke the protective innocence to protect itself. So invoked by our communication, Vani, absorption, Hari. Hari is stealing. I'm using it in a more conducive way. I'm not calling it kidnapping, hijacking, those kinds of things that Hari usually does. But talking of absorption, our nature as Hari. Our communication is Vani. Our absorption is Hari. Our ability to absorb things. You're essentially stealing, right? It doesn't belong to you. The entire universe, whatever it gives, that knowledge and wisdom, I'm stealing, right? So that's essentially absorption or Hari. And I'm communicating with you, Vani. And prosperity that I'm sharing with you. Lakshmi is always thought about only wealth. Yes, that too. But Ashtalakshmi, right? Dhana, Dhanya, Virya, Santana. So many different aspects of our prosperity are there, right? So, prosperity in all that sense, that is, our prosperity is Lakshmi. Lakshmi is not necessarily one particular goddess sitting in Vaikuntha. No, it's our own prosperity. When we embody it, we call it Lakshmi. Okay? So our prosperity is Lakshmi, our communication is Vani, our absorption is Hari. So what we are saying is that how this protective innocence of Shambhavi can protect itself, Mochini, is by invoking our communication, invoking our absorption, invoking our prosperity. For what? For our visionary perceptivity, even in the worst of circumstances. Pankaja Lochani. Panka, crap, dirt, garbage, gutter. Pankaja, that which is born out of such filth, liquid filth, sloth, sloshing away. Now out of that is born a lotus. Pankaja. Panka, yuck. Pankaja, wow. Right? Pankaja Lochani. What is that? Visionary perceptivity even in the worst of circumstances. Worst of circumstances, Panka. Visionary perceptivity born out of even those worst of circumstances. It's because of those worst the circumstance, more the nutrition and therefore more beautiful the lotus and more fragrant it is. So visionary perceptivity is even stronger and more powerful in the worst the circumstance. So visionary perceptivity even in the worst of circumstances is Pankaja Lochani. How is it enabled? Enabled by our stable, comfortable and absolute stillness. Asana, that which gives you stability and comfort. That's asana, according to Patanjali Maharishi, right? So, how is this perceptivity, birth of visionary perceptivity, even in the worst of circumstances, enabled? By our stable, comfortable, and absolute stillness. Stillness of the body, stillness of the mind, stillness of the intellect, stillness of the energy, and just observing the spirit, which is anyway still. Right? So enabled by our stable, comfortable and absolute stillness in dispassionate detachment. Padma asana, not any asana, Padmasana. That's essentially what this stanza is all about. Time to march on to VasanthiMa's main offering of the day. We are done with the nōttu-swarā. Okay, writing notes is what notes in Western notes, you see. It's a combination, that fusion we are talking about. It's nōttu-swarā. So now let's go to the main song that she sang. Wonderful song. Gauri kalyāna vaibhōgamé, Lakshmi kalyāna vaibhōgamé. Literal translations would dumb this down merely as the great celebrations, vaibhōgamé, of the marriages, kalyāna, of Gauri and Lakshmi. Great celebration of the marriage of Gauri and Lakshmi, as if they're two persons, two goddesses. What can you get out of just oversimplifying like this? In reality, I already told you, kalyāna means not just progress but growth and welfare. In reality, kalyāna is used for marriage because marriage has growth, progress and welfare in it. But that's not marriage is not the only place where you can have growth, progress, welfare and therefore kalyāna. Right? There's so many other ways in which kalyāna can be done. Growth can happen, progress can happen, welfare can happen even without marriage. But in marriage there is that potential, a latent potential. Whether you tap that latent potential or not is up to the two individuals and their families. Right? So in reality, kalyāna means growth, progress and welfare. Of what? Growth, progress and welfare of what? Growth in Gauri, growth in Lakshmi, progress in Gauri, progress in Lakshmi, welfare in Gauri, welfare in Lakshmi. What it means? Gauri and Lakshmi, which represent profoundly powerful yet dramatically imaginary embodiments of our own fairness and prosperity. Yes, we want our fairness or justice to increase, grow, and have welfare of. And similarly, our prosperity should also grow and progress. Right? So that's essentially what we are talking of here. Gauri kalyāna vaibhōgamé and Lakshmi kalyāna vaibhōgamé. Yes, Gauri is our own fairness or natural inclination towards justice in all our undertakings, and Lakshmi is our own prosperous nature with a propensity to nurture life in and all around us, in us and all around us. So that's what Lakshmi is. Our own prosperous nature centered at the Anahata Chakra with a propensity, it's getting propelled to nurture life in all around us and of course in us also. Same way, Gauri is our own fairness or natural inclination towards justice in all our undertakings. Finally, vaibhōgamé, I am dividing it as vai and bhōgamé, refers to and exults about a special vishesha consumption. Bhogam. Bhogam is consumption. Graha, bhogam, it's all consumption. Vishesha bhogam is vaibhōgam. It's a special consumption. So the Pallavi or refrain of the song is that the growth in our fairness, it's Gauri, the growth in our fairness or justice born out of our mountain-like motherliness. Out of our mountain-like motherliness, our fairness and justice is born. That's why we say Parvata Tanaye Parvati. Right? That's all it means, Gauri. And enhancement in our prosperity or Lakshmi or holistic well-being born out of, this time, our ocean-like compassion. Yes, we say Samudra Tanaye Lakshmi, Parvata Tanaye Parvati, right? Gauri. So, we are talking of the Pallavi or refrain, which is repeating again and again in this song, is that is Gauri Kalyāna vaibhōgamé, Lakshmi Kalyāna vaibhōgamé. That refrain of this song is that the growth in our fairness or justice born out of our mountain-like motherliness and enhancement in our prosperity or holistic well-being born out of our ocean-like compassion does not just lead to an extra special consumption, but the very process, kalyānam, itself is an extra special consumption. Kalyānam doesn't lead to, of course it can lead to extra special consumption, but the process of kalyānam or the wedding itself is an extra special consumption. Okay, extra special consumption, vaibhōgam, understood. But extra special consumption of what? Extra special consumption of all our false identities or I-ness, ahamkara, ahankar. Many people just call it as ego. But essentially, all our false identities need to be specially consumed, vaibhōgam. You have seen Ghatotkacha eating up all those laddus and peni and all the other delicacies of the Kalyāna Samayal Sadham, right? The lunch and dinner of the wedding celebrations. You've seen in Maya Bazaar, the movie Telugu and Tamil. Color version is also available now. Wonderful. So, what are we talking of? That consumption, the way he just consumes Ghatotkach, the son of Bhima. How does he consume? Amazing, right? Same way, we have to consume what? Not food. We'll just blow up. Well, we have to consume, especially consume our ahamkara, our false identities. This is a consumption not only for us, but of us. In the Constitution, we say for the people, of the people, by the people, right? So here, this special consumption or vaibhogam of our ahankara, eating up our ahankara, in order to grow our fairness and our prosperity, that is Gauri and Lakshmi. Grow is essentially Kalyanam. This is a consumption not only for us, but of us. Because that false identity is being consumed. By whom? Because we have to say for us, of us, by us, right? No. By whom? Not by us. Unlike the Constitution. By the entire ecosystem that we interact with. Mutually exchange to benefit from. It could be a spouse, it could be a child, it could be a parent, it could be your professional colleague, it could be a business customer, whatever. The entire ecosystem that we interact with, mutually exchange to benefit from, and can influence too by becoming befitting inspirations ourselves, not ourselves, but ourself. So that's the Pallavi. The Charanam. Wonderful Charanam. Of course, VasanthiMa started with this. That's the traditional way of doing it, not with the Pallavi in this case. Kshemangal Kori, Vinayaganai Tudittu, Shankaranayum Gauriyayum Varnittu, Sri Ramanayum Janakiyayum Varnittu. Well, the literal translations would beat down this beautiful verse also, merely to praying to Lord Ganesha, asking for good events, describing Lord Shiva and Goddess Gauri, describing Lord Rama and Goddess Sita, and they're done with it. What a loss. Please, no. Till we keep fooling ourselves with this childish imported concepts of prayer, good or bad, polarities, lords and gods, heavens and hells. Give me a break. We would be losing out if with all these childish imported concepts, because prayer is a imported concept, very childish. Good or bad polarity is also very childish imported concept. Lords, gods, these are also judicial. Oh, it's okay, fine, but no, not in religion and spirituality, please. No lords and gods here. We would be losing out if we keep doing this childish imported things. We keep banking on, we would be losing out on wonderful opportunities for self growth created in our Sanatana Dharma, the eternal righteousness of duty consciousness, which is what our so called religion is, not Hinduism. This is a geographical identity for all who reside in this subcontinent, be it in Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka, doesn't matter, Bhutan. So, if we use these childish things, we'll be losing out on wonderful opportunities for self growth created in our Sanatana Dharmas, eternally green and relevant ancient technology for inner access and evolution. That's what they have created. All these seers, not by their own minds and intellects, but by downloading the universal intelligence. They've shared it with us so that we can use these eternally green and relevant ancient technology, but still as relevant as it was many thousands and thousands of years back. Eternally green, relevant ancient technology for inner access, because in is the only way out. You have to have access to that innermost core of you, which is what God is, which is what Kadavul means. Kadarndu ulla selvada Kadavul. If you go deep into you, that is what is God. Very word that is used is that, but unfortunately we have lost these meanings over time. And we think Kadavul is sitting somewhere far away in outer space. Or in a temple. No, there also, because it's omnipresent anyway. But direct access here. Why go all over the place? It's like touching the nose like this, simple. Go all the way and try to touch the nose. Stupidity. Right? So, eternally green, relevant ancient technology for inner access and evolution. Yes, evolution has not stopped with humans. We can evolve into superhumans. Being human is super. So, let us explore the truer, deeper, and utilitarian meanings. Truer, deeper, and utilitarian meanings, or rather, inferences, implications, and inspirations of this stanza now. What was the stanza? You recollect? In this funny translation, simple literal translation, we sometimes get lost of what we are doing. Kshemangal kori, Vinayaganai tudit, Shankaranayum, Gauriyayum varnit, Sri Ramanayum, Janakiyum varnit. Okay. So, what is it here? Tantrically, Advaitically, Siddha wise, and Yoga wise. Invoking, Tudit. Not praying, friend. Tudit is not praying. Invoking. It's there in you, Ganesha, Muladhara, Vinayaka. We talked about it earlier also, right? Invoking, Tudit. What? Our own deeply perceptive, special leadership skills. Vinayakanai. Vishesha. Nayak, Lord, leader. Nayakanai, him. Okay? So, Vinayakanai essentially means our own deeply perceptive, special leadership skills. When can you become a leader? Only when you see things in a bigger picture, in a broader vision, much more than your followers can. And then you convey that to your followers, and they become leaders, and they convey it to their followers, and it's a big chain. It's a series of leaderships that you generate, many rungs of leadership. So invoking and all of this possible not through courage, confidence. No, that's only disaster. Only possible through perceptivity. So invoking or tudit, our own deeply perceptive special leadership skills, Vinayakanai, to do what? To access Kori. Access something. Kori. Okay, ask for. To access what? Access what? All round welfare. When we have such leadership, obviously all round welfare. Atmanirbhar Bharat. And Atmanirbhar individuals, Atmanirbhar Prapancha. So, access all round welfare. Welfare? Kshemangal. Kshemangal Kori. Access all round welfare. Recollecting and reinforcing our primary varnit. Recollecting and reinforcing our primary varnit. What? Primary attraction. Shankaran. Varnit. Shankaran varnit. Right? Towards what? Attraction towards? Primary attraction towards? Because we are recollecting and reinforcing our primary attraction. Attraction towards what? Shankaran towards what? Towards a level playing field. Who is Shankaran attracted to? Gauri. Level playing field for justice and fairness. Gauri. Re-emphasizing from the first principles. Varnit again. The first occurrence of Varnit is recollecting and reinforcing what? Our primary attraction towards a level playing field for justice and fairness. Second occurrence of Varnit, re-emphasizing from the first principles. Not because he said, she said, I read, they read. Not that thing. Re-emphasizing from the first principles through direct experience. What? Varnit what? The oneness of the prosperous self. Sri Raman. The oneness of the prosperous self. That is Sri Raman. Raman is self. Atma, soul. Sri Rama, Sri, prosperous. So, re-emphasizing from the first principles, Varnit, what? The oneness of the prosperous self, Sri Raman, with what? With our empty Trigunatita. All the gunas are gone. First tamas was gone, next rajas was gone, next sattva is also gone. Now, Trigunatita, all the three gunas, Tita, we have crossed over. So, we are re-emphasizing from the first principles the oneness of the prosperous self with our empty mind. Trigunatita, mind, Sita. Mind is Sita. Self is Rama, mind is Sita. You know that. Adhyatma Ramayana, I've been banging this on you every possible opportunity and occasion, so that goes deep into you, because Ramayana is so popular, everybody knows. Not only thanks to Valmiki and Tulsidas, but Ramanand Sagar and many others versions have been there. Okay, so anyway, so with our empty mind, and here we're actual song, we're not talking about Sita, we're talking of Janaki. So we're talking about the birth of Sita. So with our empty mind, born out of our own right royal perceptivity. Janaka Maharishi is Janaka Maharaja as well. He's a Maharishi as well as a Maharaja, rolled into one, like Vishwamitra Maharishi, but of course he gave up his royalty to become a Maharishi. But here's a person who, while being a Maharaja, is also a Maharishi, thanks to Ashtavakra and many other great teachers that he had over a period of time. So, with our empty mind, born out of our own right royal perceptivity, that is the Maharishi and Maharaja Janaka, and therefore Janaki, right? So that is essentially what this beautiful stanza is about. Shankaranayum Gauriyayum Varnit, Sri Ramanayum Janakiyayum Varnit. Isn't it so profound? Amazing. Because we have invoked our own deeply perceptive special leadership skills to access all round welfare, recollecting and reinforcing our primary attraction towards a level playing field for justice and fairness, re-emphasizing from the first principles the oneness of the prosperous self with our empty mind born out of our own right royal perceptivity. That is the marriage of Sita and Rama, the marriage of Shankaran and Gauri. Let's go to Charanam 2. Amazing again. Vasudeva Tavabala Asura Kula Kala Shashivadana Rupini. Some people say Rukmini, but both are applicable, and Rupini is even more profound over here. So Vasudeva Tavabala Asura Kula Kala Shashivadana Rupini Satyabhama Lola Gauri kalyāNa vaibhōgamé Lakshmi kalyāNa vaibhōgamé. So what does this mean? Literal, guys. Chieftain Vasudeva begot the Lord as his own son by virtue of his penance to destroy the entire clan of Asuras. The god who is infatuated with Satyabhama, a goddess who has a moon-like face. Give me a break, friends. Well, that's yet another atrociously superficial scratch on the surface of an immense treasure that we have inherited. It's like using a MacBook or an iPad as a hammer or brick. Moving out of the penny-wise, pound-foolish attitude, let us rediscover our inner treasure in this stanza too. Yes, attitude is everything. Attitude is everything. A wonderful poster I saw in one of my Georgia Tech professor's office, Professor Ramesh Talreja, with whom I did some contractual research work other than my PhD research work, just to earn a little more money, sustain myself as a student, and buy more fancy things that I love, the Macs and etc. at that point of time. Actually, Next computers. Anyway, of Steve Jobs, who was kicked out of Apple for a while, and then they had to bring him back. Well, let's rediscover our inner treasure in this stanza too. Yes, attitude is everything. It just stayed with me. Those are actually monkeys, and one monkey putting up an attitude and saying attitude is everything. I don't mind being that monkey, Hanuman. Even our seemingly omnipresent Vasu, omnipresent, universal. Even our seemingly omnipresent Rajasic Gunas, Vasudeva. Devas are Rajasic Gunas, our own Rajasic Gunas. So even our own seemingly omnipresent Rajasic Gunas, because there's so many Rajasic Gunas, we think everywhere that's only Rajasic Gunas there. Devas only there. So even our seemingly omnipresent Rajasic Gunas, our passionate nature, Deva, and the penance-like Tava, resulting activity born out of this quality, Bala, have a dual utilitarian purpose. Yes? Tava Bala, Vasudeva, even our seemingly omnipresent Rajasic Gunas or passionate nature and the penance-like resulting activity born out of this quality have a dual utilitarian purpose. And what is that purpose number one? Purpose number two. Start with purpose number one. To target our inertially lethargic laziness, asura or tamasic gunas, and wipe it out. Eraser, Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, got to see during the 1996 Centennial Olympic Games in Atlanta when my mother was visiting me, VasanthiMa. Arnold Schwarzenegger came to Georgia Tech because Georgia Tech was the Olympic village where all the athletes stayed, and we had special passes as students to get inside there, and for my family, which is my mom as well. And Arnold Schwarzenegger himself came and premiered for the athletes, Olympic athletes from all the countries, his movie Eraser. It reminds me of that now. What are we talking about here? Yes, even our seemingly omnipresent Rajasic gunas are passionate nature, and the penance-like resulting activity born out of this quality have a dual utilitarian purpose, and the first purpose is like the Arnold Schwarzenegger eraser, to target our inertially lethargic laziness, asuras, below the Muladhara chakra, the many chakras. Those are the Patal Loka where the asuras stay, our laziness, inertia and lethargy stay. So, to target them and wipe it out without a trace, wipe it out without a trace of its rays. Wipe it out without a trace of its rays. Kula kala, time. One who annihilates, destroys, dissolves, disintegrates. So kula kala, asura kula kala, lethargic laziness, and wipe it out without even a trace of its rays. And what is the purpose number two? So Rajasic gunas, first purpose was to wipe out Tamasic gunas. Second purpose, to enamor Lola. To enamor Lola, which is what those guys translated as infatuated. Sorry. To enamor Lola, what? And occupy our, not only enamor, but to occupy our lunar influenced fluid mind, moon influenced fluid mind, Shashi Vadana Rupini, Shashi Vadana Rupini, to enamor Lola and occupy our lunar influenced fluid mind, Shashi Vadana Rupini, so that, why? So that it revolves like a whirlpool. So that you've seen old movies where flashback time, or you think of something strange or get an idea, etc. It goes into a whirlpool, right? A vortex. So that it revolves like a whirlpool. It's fluidy, it's liquid, right? We talked about it already, the mind, the emotional bonding with your spouse also, right? Could be fluid in nature, sometimes very high, sometimes very low. You don't know when it's going to go high, when it's going to go down. Well, if you closely observe the tithis, that is from Amavasya to Paurnami, the Shukla Paksha, and from Paurnami to Amavasya, the Krishna Paksha, it's Prathama, or Dvitiya, Tritiya, Chaturthi, Panchami, Shashti, Saptami, Ashtami, Navami, Dashami, Ekadashi, Dwadashi, Trayodashi, Chaturdashi, and once again either the Paurnima or the Amavasya. If you are in tune with that, you will see, you can tell when the emotions are going to what kind of cycle. And that's the same thing about the menstrual cycle at the physical level also, which is also fluids, the blood flow along with the eggs, etc. Right? Anyway, so to occupy lunar influenced fluid mind, Shashivadana Rupini, so that it revolves like a whirlpool. Bhama means whirlpool, vortex, swirl, puyal, right? Revolves like a whirlpool. Bhama around what? Not revolving like a whirlpool around something useless. What Bhama is this? Satyabhama, Satya, truth, you know that very well. So, the fluid mind, Shashivadana Rupini, which is influenced by Shashi, the moon, and therefore the tides in the ocean as well as in our minds. So that has to be occupied, right? Lola, to enamor and occupy. What? The Rajasic gunas will enamor and occupy our lunar influenced fluid mind so that it revolves like a whirlpool around truth, Satyabhama, thus replenishing itself. Because revolves like a whirlpool around truth, no? So it will replenish itself with Sattva Guna. Tamasic Gunas, destruction, first purpose, eraser, Arnold Schwarzenegger. That was the purpose of Rajasic Gunas. Second purpose, to replenish itself with Sattvic Gunas, the mind. You get it into a whirlpool around the truth, and all of the aggressive passion goes off, and then what remains is truth and purity, bliss and consciousness, Sattva Guna. Thus replenishing itself with Sattva Guna. What a strategy, boss! Use Rajas, first of all, to eliminate Tamas, and as soon as its job is done, use Sattva to replace Rajas. You eliminate Tamas using Rajas, and as soon as that job is done, use Sattva to replace Rajas. So that the Chin Mudra with the Tamasic Gunas, Rajasic Gunas, and the Sattva Gunas. First, the Rajasic Gunas eliminate the Tamasic Gunas, then the Sattva Gunas eliminate the Rajasic Gunas, or rather replace it, and then finally the Sattva Gunas also disappear. Trigunatita, Chinmaya Mudra, associated with the Anahata Chakra. Okay? Chin Mudra being associated with the lower chakras, Muladhara, Swadhisthana, Manipura, Anahata, then Vishuddha, Agnya, and Sahasrara, the top three chakras, and Merudanda for the entire Kundalini Shakti, Sushumna Nadi, Ida, Pingala. So what a strategy! Use Rajas to eliminate Tamas, and as soon as its job is done, use Sattva to replace Rajas. Finally, allow Sattva to sublimate itself. You have seen camphor, right? Sublimate me as you sublimate the camphor burning in front of you. This is why we show camphor arti to our deities who have our own prana pratishta, and then we wait till the camphor fully burns, never go away, because it's symbolic of our ahamkara, false identities, which have to sublimate. Like these Sattva Gunas also have to sublimate. Finally, allow Sattva to sublimate itself without a trace. If it's a pure camphor, you will see that nothing, not even a trace is left. It's sublimated. No conversion of solid to liquid and through melting, and then liquid to gas through boiling. No, direct solid to gas. Sublimation. Finally, allow Sattva to sublimate itself without a trace, returning our mind to intoxicatingly crown, this way, sorry, intoxicatingly crown Soma Shekara, our intoxication, Soma, right? The greatest of all intoxications, the moon, Soma, which you can breathe in through your left nostril, the Ida Nadi, and returning our mind to intoxicatingly crown Soma Shekara, Shekara, Shikara, crown, okay, the peak, our own nothingness, Shashidhara Shiva, Shashidhara Shiva, and ourself to its home base of solitude. So finally we allow Sattva to sublimate itself without a trace, returning our mind to intoxicatingly crown our own nothingness and ourself to its home base of solitude. Get some water. The third charanam which VasanthiMa sang, nobody else seems to have sung, and I couldn't find it in its lyrics anywhere. Anyway, I have to listen to her again and try to write down and give an interpretation. Rajiva Dhalanetra, a visionary even amidst most trying circumstances, and in fact, thriving in the filth to impartially spread beauty and fragrance without fear or favor. Okay? Corruption could be either because of fear or favor, right? So, neither fear nor favor, spreading both beauty and fragrance, and more the filth, more impartially you are spreading it. Rajiva Dalanetra. That's Charanam 3. A fourth Charanam, we are coming back from Sanskrit to Tamil. Kottoda Vazhai Maram Kondu Vandu Nirutti Kopayudaya Pandalukku Melkattu Katti. Kottoda Vazhai Maram Kondu Vandu Nirutti Kopayudaya Pandalukku Melkattu Katti. Literal fellows, after erecting a banana plant along with the bunch and after tying the roof for the strong pandal, claim the literal translations. Rama Rama. This is what the literal translators claim. But the stanza itself reveals its inner beauty to us, and it was a very profound moment in which this download happened into me while I was watching a YouTube video. See, my meditations are not fixed to this particular time or that particular time for such a duration. No. For me, meditation is a state in which I am all the time. Whether I'm talking to you, whether I'm reading something, whether I'm watching a YouTube video or a movie, or interacting with my daughter or my wife or my mother or my students, all the time meditative mood. It's just a state of my mind. Meditation is a state of my mind. So under one such circumstance, when I was watching a YouTube video of this song, this just occurred to me, and it's phenomenal. Just listen to it and see if you love it as much as I do. Okay, so it's not self-praise, but it's a praise of the universal spirit which downloads it to the self so graciously, so generously. Why me? I don't know. Parandama. Who is me? So, but the stanza itself reveals its inner beauty to us when we reveal ourselves to it, which is what I did. By dropping off all our inhibitions, dropping off all our fears, hatred, jealousy, anger, lust, greed, and pride too. Yes, we ought to be naked. Dik ambara, where the diks or the directions become our clothing, not this. Dikambara. Dikambara colloquially becomes digambara. Digambara. So yes, we ought to be naked, dikambara, ourselves, to unclothe truth too. Because we want to know the truth. It is hidden. So we have to unclothe it to find out the truth. To do that, we ourselves have to be naked. Not physically, but all this lust, greed, anger, hatred, jealousy, everything that we have covered up with, just throw it out and face it as you were born, without any of these qualities covering you up, even as diapers. Okay? Yes. We ought to be naked, Digambara, ourselves, to unclothe truth too. Well, nature bears itself, not B-E-A-R-S, B-A-R-E-S. Nature bears itself to those who dare to bear themselves. If you dare to bear, then Mother Nature bears herself. Okay? Themselves, not themselves. Ourselves, not ourselves. When our research, search again and again, when our research is successful, we surprisingly don't become proud, but overflow with gratitude for the revelations. Yes, as much as spiritual truth is downloaded, almost all of the things that I have published, whether in journals or international conference papers around the world, or share with my students as part of classes, there are certain triggers or ignitions from books and teachers, but the rest of it is just universal download and upload to the students. So surprisingly, don't become proud, but overflow with gratitude for the revelations. Wow, what a word. Reveal. Veil, the lancer of our Swadhisthana occupant, Muruga. What a word. Revel is reveal. I love English. It's given me such insights, even enlightenment, light, enlightenment, amazing words. Here, revelation has reveal. I love English. It's given me such insights into truth, unknowingly, of course, and unintentionally. I would not say knowingly or unknowingly, intentionally or unintentionally. No, it is unknowingly, it is unintentionally. I know that much. Most of the things I don't know, but yes, this one to some extent. Gratitude again to English too. Well, multilingual Mother Nature speaks to us about herself in whatever language appeals to us, her kids, including the blabber of Malalai. The profound insight gained during my meditation into the simple sounding lines of this last stanza pleasantly surprised me. Yes, in this context, the Vārai represents Vārkai. Vārai represents Vārkai. You know, Vārai represents Vārkai. That is, banana represents life. And Pandal represents Udal. Pandal represents Udal, the body. And wow, that's not just buzzing out, but rhyming too. Pandal Udal, Vārai Vārkai. Just replace these words and sing the same song. Amazing. Instead of Vārai, use the word Vārkai. Instead of Pandal, use the word Udal. That's what they represent. And wow, that's not just buzzing but rhyming too. For those who don't understand Tamil, the powerful message here is to capture Kunde as much Kottoda of life, Vārai, energy, Maram. So, powerful message is to capture as much of life energy as you can from the infinite reservoir of eternal universal life. Awaken to it, Vand, and raise it vertically, Nirutti, in the subtle spinal cord, Sushumna Nadi, in order for this kundalini yoga sadhana to be successful, one has to first prepare, strengthen kopudaya, kopayudaya, and still the physical body, pandal. Then tighten the strings of life to the body, kattu katti, mel kattu katti. Yet another prerequisite hinted herein is to block leakages of life energy through the two chakras above the Sahasrara, the Matrupitru chakra and the Guru chakra. Not in the body, but out of the body experience, through in a very spiritual and elevating way, evolving way, through the two chakras above the Sahasrara and thus beyond the physical body. Intentionally failing to take this particular precaution is in fact one of the primary reasons why many yogis and siddhas have left their bodies even when they were very young, say in their 30s or so. So this is very, very interesting stanza. Sounds so simple but so profound. Kottoda vazhaimaram kondu vandu nirutti kopayudaya pandalukku melkattu katti. And so amazing this is. The powerful message here is to capture as much of life energy as you can from the infinite reservoir of eternal universal life, awaken to it and raise it vertically in the subtle spinal cord. In order for this kundalini yoga sadhana to be successful, one has to first prepare, strengthen and still the physical body, then tighten the strings of life to the body. Melkattu katti. Yet another prerequisite hinted herein is to block leakages of life energy through the two chakras above the Sahasrara and thus beyond the physical body. Amazing. In the same genre as today's song Gauri kalyāNa vaibhōgamé is Chitraveena Ravikiran's composition in Manirangu Ragam and Adithalam. Lakshmi kalyāNa vaibhavam adaikana laksham kangal vendum. Nandi madalathudan Naradar பாடிட நடராஜன் ஆனந்த தாண்டவம் ஆடிட லக்ஷ்மி கல்யாண வைபவம் அதைக் காண லக்ஷம் கண்கள் வேண்டும். நான்முகன் மகிழ்ந்து அந்தணருடனே நான்மறைகள் கோஷ்டியிட வானவர் சானந்தம் ஆக கொண்டாடிட யாவரும் ஞானம் தழைத்து வியந்து வணங்கிட லக்ஷ்மி கல்யாண வைபவம் அதைக் காண லக்ஷம் கண்கள் வேண்டும். Finally, there is the most popular lilting Tyagaraja composition, Sita Kalyana Vaibhōgamé. Without exploring the deeper Advaitic, Siddha, Yogic and Tantric significances of Tyagaraja's Tyaga Brahma, his other name, Tyaga Brahma's allegorical lyrics, some well-meaning and erudite scholars ask uncomfortably probing questions such as, Sita Kalyana Vaibhōgamé? What? Instead of nōttu-swarā, you are putting Sita Kalyana Vaibhōgamé for your daughter's wedding? Is this song appropriate at this most auspicious moment in the girl's life? She's getting married. Do the parents of the girl wish her to have such a wonderful married life as that the hapless Sita had? I'm just paraphrasing what these other people are asking. The Tyagaraja composition had become a must for many a wedding, invariably heard at the auspicious moment of tali tying. Such scholars do admit that Sita Kalyana Vaibhōgamé, mostly sung in ragam śankar-ābharaNam, same as today's, that's why the connection. It's about marriage and it's in śankar-ābharaNam. And by Tyagaraja instead of muddu-svāmi dīkśitār and the unknown anonymous lyricist. I hope you let me know. And sometimes in ragam Nattai instead of śankar-ābharaNam, Nattai Kurunji. It's definitely one of the best and most melodious pieces of Carnatic music, Sita Kalyana Vaibhōgamé, bringing out the great veneration that composer Tyagaraja had for Sri Rama. In fact, bearing the refrain of the Pallavi Sita Kalyana Vaibhōgamé, Rama Kalyana Vaibhōgamé, which extols the grand wedding of Sita and Rama, all else in the song are about Rama only. Why? Sita is mind, Rama is soul, and the mind is temporary, it's a tool. It disappears and only the soul remains. That they don't understand. Instead, they are thinking of Rama as a man, Sita as a woman, feminism ideas come in, and all kinds of accusations and misconceptions. All else in the song is about Rama only. There's no further word about Sita, the mind. Because tamasic guna gone, rajasic guna gone, sattvic guna gone, Trigunatita, without qualities, without gunas, mind is not there. That is essentially only the self is there. That is Rama without Sita. Check out the lyrics of the song. Sita Kalyana Vaibhōgamé, Rama Kalyana Vaibhōgamé. Pavanaja Stuti Patra, Pavana Charitra, Ravisoma Varanetra, Ramaniya Gatra. Sita Kalyana Vaibhōgamé, Rama Kalyana Vaibhōgamé. Charanam. Bhaktajana Paripala Bharita Sarajala Bhukti Muktida Leela Bhudeva Pala. Sita Kalyana Vaibhōgamé, Rama Kalyana Vaibhōgamé. Second Charana. Pamara Sura Bhima Paripurna Kama Shyama Jagadabi Rama Saketa Dhama. Sita Kalyana Vaibhōgamé, Rama Kalyana Vaibhōgamé. Third Charanam. Sarva Lokadhara Samaraika Dhira Garva Manasa Dhura Kanakaga Dhira. Sita Kalyana Vaibhōgamé, Rama Kalyana Vaibhōgamé. Fourth Charanam. Nigamagama Vihara Nirupama Sharira Nagada Ragha Vidara Nata Lokadhara. Sita Kalyana Vaibhōgamé, Rama Kalyana Vaibhōgamé. Fifth Charana. Parameshanuta Gita Bhava Jaladi Pota Taranikula Samjata Tyagaraja Nuta. Sita Kalyana Vaibhōgamé, Rama Kalyana Vaibhōgamé. Literal translation first. How grand and imposing the wedding of Sita and Rama is. Praised by the son of the wind god Hanuman, this hero of countless exploits, having the sun and the moon as his eyes and possessing a frame of ravishing beauty, is an unfailing protector of his devotees and bestower of prosperity and beatitude, which is a part of his leelas. He causes terror in the minds of Rakshasas. His calmness and composure reveal him as one who has no more desires to be fulfilled, sporting a radiant blue hue. He is the source of bliss for the world, a resident of Ayodhya. He is the prop of the entire world, a peerless warrior in battles. He is beyond the ken of men of arrogance and haughtiness. He is tall and courageous, reminding one of the great Mount Meru. He is the hero figuring in the scriptures with an unmatched form. He is the mainstay of his devotees, whose sins he wipes out graciously, celebrated by Lord Shiva in song and music. He is the raft enabling deserving mortals to cross the ocean of samsara. That's the aim of his incarnation in the solar race, he whom Tyagaraja worships. So that's a literal translation, a very well done literal translation, rare, amazing. Thanks to the great intellect for translating that. As a Rama Stuti, this is indeed great, but when the wedding of a local girl is compared to the wedding of Sita, doubts arise about its appropriateness for the occasion. So says the commentator. Surely, he continues, surely Sita is an iconic figure, not only in the epics but also in the thought process of vast sections of humanity, considered as a woman of substance, of resoluteness, of sacrifice, and of purity in its purest sense. Her marriage was magnificent, and the spectacular manner in which it came about, including the stringing of the heavy and unliftable bow of Shiva, Pinaka, by Prince Rama, who came to attend her Swayamvara, was out of the world. But was not her married life a prolonged state of intense misery, isolation, exclusion, and rejection? Fair enough, the question asked by the commentator. To be precise, Sita had only a very short period of conjugal bliss from her Swayamvara to the time of the intended but failed coronation of Rama as the heir apparent. When the die was cast by Kaikeyi in favor of her son Bharata, Rama, the ever dutiful son, chose to go on a 14-year exile to the wild as demanded by the wily queen. Sita could have remained back at the palace, but she too chose to be beside her husband in fortune or misfortune, rain or shine, enjoying the pleasures of the palace or enduring the hardships of the wilderness. And how much did she suffer? Asks the commentator. It was, and he himself answers, it was at almost the fag end of her exile in the wild that she was abducted by Ravana in retaliation to the totally unjustifiable disfigurement of his sister Shurpanaka by Lakshmana. Cutting away the nose and breasts of a woman, whether an Apsara or a Rakshasi, is definitely a horrendously vile act, and it was this and not Sita's crossing of the so-called Lakshman Rekha that caused her abduction. And during her 1-year captivity in Lanka, it was with the strength of her chastity and purity that Sita could withstand the mounting pressures from Ravana to be his consort. Amazing arguments, wonderful language by the commentator, but he fails to understand things about responsibility, about karma, about dharma, and most significantly about Adhyatma Ramayana. He continues, but what did Sita face when Rama finally killed Ravana in battle and rescued her? She had to face the public humiliation of initial rejection by Rama, a humiliation perhaps far worse than what she felt during the entire period of her captivity in Lanka. What she heard were harsh and vicious, barbed words, which in the language of Valmiki appeared as though her own limbs were pierced by those words, which were arrow-like with pointed splinters. Sita also protested to Rama about such harsh words, which are violent to hear for me, like a common man speaking to a common woman. Apart from the barbed words, more was in store for the hapless Sita, even after her self-immolation bid, described as Agni Pariksha. Rama was reluctant to accept her and did so only after fervent appeals and entreaties from gods who descended from heaven. Our friend doesn't know that gods who descended from heaven are nothing but our Rajasic Gunas making a comeback. They were in the form of Ravana, who's been emptied, but now they come back in the form of the gods who descended from heaven. Just an allegory to say that it's our Rajasic Gunas making a comeback. Once we have gotten rid of the Gunas, doesn't mean they'll always be away. You have to always be watchful for them. They're going to look for opportunities to come back. Well, the commentator continues. And this wasn't the last cut. Sometime after their homecoming to Ayodhya and his coronation as king, Rama chose to abandon Sita for a second time. Sita was not only his consort but his subject as well. Like the washerman who spoke ill of her, he's becoming like an advocate or a lawyer for his client Sita. We'll see, but Sita is nothing but his own mind, my own mind, your own mind. I'll come back to the interpretation of this very shortly. But Rama didn't extend to her the same consideration that he showed the washerman. He chose to leave her in the deep wild forests, alone and helpless, knowing fully well that she was pregnant. How good and proper it would have been if he had sent her back to Videha, the kingdom of her foster father Janaka. As for Rama, out of sight means out of mind. It's not true, but anyway, this is what the commentator says. He never made enquiries about her, and it was only because of the exigencies of Ashwamedha Yajna that he had a golden statue of Sita made to place beside him during the ceremonies. And when he finally met his twin sons at Valmiki Ashram and entreated Sita to go with him to Ayodhya, Sita chose her own retaliatory option. It's not retaliatory anyway, of ending her life. End of the mind is actually good. Heeding to her intense prayers, the earth split open, and in full sight of her husband, she went back to the earth, her mother, Bhudevi. Sita's story being such, well, all of us go back to Mother Earth, don't we? Whether we are buried or cremated, eventually we go back to the earth. Sita's story being such, the commentator asks, how good and proper is the Sita Kalyāna song as a wedding hall invocation? That's how the critic concludes. But y'all, the well-informed and even better perceptive audience of Srimati Vasantha Kumari Sampath channel, Katham.in channel, and Dinesh Kumar Harur Sampath, the 3 channels, all of you well-informed and even better perceptive audience, recognize that it's indeed an apt song, not only for marriages, but any occasion, be it auspicious or inauspicious. Well, what's that? For us, every small or big task, so-called good or bad task, everything is auspicious. That is the Shivatva we see everywhere. Vishnutva we see everywhere. Right? So, spiritual translation instead of literal translation follows. How grand and imposing the coming together of our own ephemeral tool called the mind and the eternal self is. For our mind, without the self, was dead and non-existent. Yes? What if the Atma leaves our body and mind? They don't have anything to do, right? It's only in the presence of the prana, the life force, the soul, that the body, mind, intellect, all these have a purpose, have an existence even, right? So for our mind, without the self was dead and non-existent, while the self without the mind was inexpressive. If the Atma alone is there without a body, mind, intellect, what will it do? It cannot express itself. Praised by our own life breath, our self, the hero of countless exploits, having the soul and the mind as its perceptive eyes, and possessing a frame of ravishing beauty, with the formless descending in form. Our self is an unfailing protector of our body, mind, intellect toolkit, BMI toolkit, devoted to our own service, our self-service, and bestower of prosperity, first time self-service, bestower of our prosperity and beatitude, which is a part of our game plan, a kalila, it's our game plan. Our self causes terror to our tamasic gunas below the Muladhara chakra. Calmness and composure reveal ourself as one who has no desires to be fulfilled. Sporting a radiant blue hue, our self is the source of ananda, bliss, for our own motherly creation of our own world every moment. Yes, I am a mother to the world. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Matrurupena Samstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha. I am a mother to the entire universe, not only from the obvious fact that I am loving, sharing and compassionate, but even more so from the basic root fact that I am the one who is creating my own universe every moment and recreating it every other moment. So obviously, love, compassion and sharing, caring are all collateral benefits which come out of my motherliness. So, sporting a radiant blue hue, our self is the source of bliss for our own motherly creation of our own world every moment. I create my own world, you create your own world, and we keep recreating it every next moment. A resident of the impenetrable fortress of formlessness, our self is the prop of the entire world, reimagined and re-engineered by us every moment. A peerless warrior in battles with our tamasic and eventually rajasic gunas also, our self, because tamasic Kumbhakarna, rajasic Ravana. Our self is Trigunatita. Our self stands tall and courageous because he gave up the kingdom of Lanka, which he could have retained himself. Rama gave it up to Vibhishana, the representation of Sattvic gunas. Vibhishana, Ravana, Kumbhakarna, the three gunas are brothers. First Kumbhakarna is eliminated, then Ravana is eliminated, and then Vibhishana is left ruling Lanka, and our self and mind leave that guna also, become Trigunatita and go to Ayodhya, the impenetrable fortress, right? Our self stands tall and courageous, reminding one of the great mountain Meru. Our self is the only hero fighting in every one of humanity's scriptures with an unmatched form, ironically for the formless. Our self is the mainstay of our devoted body, mind, intellect toolkit, whose deficiencies, body has deficiency, mind has deficiency, intellect has deficiency, whose deficiencies we wipe out graciously. Our self wipes out graciously, celebrated by our own nothingness. In song and music, our self is the raft enabling deserving body, mind, intellect toolkits to cross the ocean of their own imagination and karmic build-up responsibility. That's the aim of our self-incarnation. Self-help, self-healing, self-incarnation. The aim of our self-incarnation in the soulful lineage invoked by the King of Sacrifices. That's the true spiritual meaning. As an eulogy to ourself, this is indeed great, even when the wedding of a local girl is compared to the union of our mind with ourself. Undoubtedly appropriate for the occasion. Surely our mind is an iconic figure, not only in the epics, but also in the thought process of vast sections of humanity, considered as a tool of substance, of resoluteness, of sacrifices, and of purity in its purest sense. That's when it is Trigunatita, not when it is having even Sattvic Guna, leave alone Rajasic and Tamasic Gunas. Our mind's union with ourself was magnificent, and the spectacular manner in which it came about, including the stringing of the heavy and unliftable bow of our own nothingness Pinaka, by ourselves. When we came to attend our mind's opportunity to choose ourselves over our qualities and of lethargy and aggression. Yes, Ravana had come there too for the same Swayamvara. What is Ravana coming there for the Swayamvara? Rajasic Gunas coming to the Swayamvara of the mind. So, by ourselves, the Pinaka of nothingness was stringed. When we came to attend our mind's opportunity, along with a friend of the world, Vishwamitra, attend our mind's opportunity, Swayamvara, to choose ourself over our qualities of lethargy, tamasic and rajasic gunas, lethargy and aggression, was out of the world. Indeed, our mind's service as a tool of ourself is a series of challenges to be overcome in the spirit of an exciting game of Leela with increasing levels of sophistication. Like every other critical tool of life, our own mind, be it body, be it intellect, that is Lakshmana or Bharata, or our valor, Shatrughna, like every other critical tool of life, our own mind, that is Sita, recognizes that pain is inevitable, but suffering is optional. Our well-studied, well-understood, well-trained and well-employed mind also recognizes that all tools have their downtimes, maintenance schedules and expiry dates. Tool bits. For such a fit mind of ours, there is no such thing as a prolonged state of intense misery, isolation, exclusion, rejection. कहाँ करी थी वो डिक्शनरी? ये सब शब्द ही नहीं है इसके लेक्सिकन में. Irrespective of any situation that it is exposed to, accepting every one of the situations as it is to enhance and enjoy the challenge level of the game of life. All that there is right now is the way it is. It cannot be in any other way whatsoever. This moment is inevitable. To be in the present moment is not even an option. It is the only possibility. To accept the present moment as it is also not an option. But to do so joyfully or grudgingly, consciously or compulsively, these are all options. And I choose to accept the present moment and be in it consciously, not compulsively, accidentally, without awareness. I choose to accept the present moment as it is, joyously, not grudgingly, angrily, or sadly, so that I can convert the law of karma to a game of Leela. Right? Enjoy the challenge level of the game of life. All the rules are my rules. Wherever I go, whoever I am with, whatever situation I am in, whichever institution I am in, whichever nation I am in, I shall make the rules of that person, place, situation, institution, nation as my own, so that I can enjoy life as a game, as a krida, as a leela, knowing fully well that even before anyone else comes and imposes those rules on me, like how somebody need not impose the rules on Sita, she takes it upon herself. Even before somebody imposes the rules upon me, I myself adapt the rules as my own rules to enhance the challenge level of this game called life. To be precise, our mind had only a very short period of intimacy with ourself. From its opportunity to choose ourself over our gunas to the time of our intended but postponed self-realization due to insufficient sadhana and unfulfilled karmic balances. When the die was cast by our sanchita karma in favor of our intellect, our self, forever duty conscious, chose to hibernate in wilderness as demanded by our prarabdha karma. Our mind could have remained back in our impregnable fortress, but it too chose to be beside ourself in fortune or misfortune, rain or shine, enjoying the pleasures of every stage of the game. And how much did our mind suffer? None at all, thanks to its appreciation that pain is inevitable but suffering is optional. This maturity of our mind was in turn due to our samskaras, inculcated as a living example by our mind's progenitor, our own royal perception, Janaka. It was almost at the fag end of our exile in the wild that our mind was abducted by our own rajasic gunas in retaliation to the disfigurement of its sister guna of our lust by our own body. Lakshmana, there is no such thing as right or wrong, ethical or unethical here. It is only a question of each of our tools doing their well-defined characteristic tasks to best of their abilities. It's just like we don't judge the characters of a play or a movie or a TV series or Netflix series as they are supposed to perform their prescribed roles as well as they can. One would be a villain. Just because he's performing his or her role as a villain properly doesn't mean we start hating him, right? In fact, we start loving him. Whoever performs their role best, whatever that role may be. The director is ourself, and the scriptwriter is our karma. Our mind's crossing of the so-called body line, the famous Australia-England Ashes series, body line series, you remember, right? Our mind's crossing of the so-called body line, body, Lakshmana, line, Rekha. Lakshmana Rekha, body line. The body line series of the Ashes in Australia versus UK, England. Our mind's crossing of the so-called body line led to its inevitable capture according to our self's karmic script by our own rajasic gunas. And during our mind's 1 year captivity by the rajasic gunas in the realms ruled by our passionate aggression, it was with the strength of our mind's absolute emptiness that it could withstand the mounting pressures from our own rajasic gunas to be permanently their own. There is no way anyone can apply pressure on vacuum as it just vanishes or ceases to exist temporarily. That's the power of an empty mind, called variously as purity, chastity, Sita. But what did our mind face when our self finally eliminated our rajasic gunas, Ravana, in battle and rescued it? Our mind rescued a mind. Our mind, being a trustworthy tool, never minded others' opinions, exercising its own birthright not to become a football of other people's opinions. Our mind took the initial lackadaisical attitude of our self in its stride. With our tamasic and rajasic gunas already eliminated by our self, our body, our prana, and other tools, the sattvic gunas survived. A mind with predominantly sattvic gunas can at times experience pain as suffering. It needs to get back to its native state of trigunatita to handle any pain without suffering. Only sincere and dedicated sadhana in any of our own chosen paths can help achieve this state quickly. Focus on your Muladhara chakra. Siddhi kalyāna vaibhōgamé buddhi kalyāna vaibhōgamé bhumi kalyāna vaibhōgamé valli kalyāna vaibhōgamé padmavati kalyāna vaibhōgamé alumelu kalyāna vaibhōgamé bhama kalyāna vaibhōgamé satyabhama kalyāna vaibhōgamé. Now shift up your attention to the Swadhisthana chakra, 2 inches below the navel, right within the spinal cord. Now start rubbing with your thumb the little finger. Valli kalyāna vaibhōgamé devyani kalyāna vaibhōgamé Ganga kalyāna vaibhōgamé Kritika kalyāna vaibhōgamé Saravana poigai kalyāna vaibhōgamé Tamarabharani kalyāna vaibhōgamé Siruvani kalyāna vaibhōgamé. Now shift your attention to the Manipura chakra, right behind your navel, right within the spinal cord, and start rubbing your thumb with your pointing finger or all the fingers. Swaha kalyāna vaibhōgamé Swadha kalyāna vaibhōgamé Mallika Purattamman kalyāna vaibhōgamé Mohini kalyāna vaibhōgamé Dharmadevadai kalyāna vaibhōgamé. Next, shift your attention to the Anahata chakra, your heart chakra, right behind the center of your chest in the spinal cord, and start rubbing your pointing finger with the thumb. Lakshmi kalyāna vaibhōgamé Sita kalyāna vaibhōgamé Urmila kalyāna vaibhōgamé Mandavi kalyāna vaibhōgamé Shrutakirti kalyāna vaibhōgamé Rukmini kalyāna vaibhōgamé Satyabhama kalyāna vaibhōgamé Jambavati kalyāna vaibhōgamé, Radha kalyāna vaibhōgamé, Gopika kalyāna vaibhōgamé, Vishakha kalyāna vaibhōgamé, Draupadi kalyāna vaibhōgamé, Devaki kalyāna vaibhōgamé, Yashoda kalyāna vaibhōgamé, Kaushalya kalyāna vaibhōgamé, Sumitra kalyāna vaibhōgamé, Kaikeyi kalyāna vaibhōgamé, Anjana kalyāna vaibhōgamé, Saptarishi patni kalyāna vaibhōgamé. Now shift your attention to the Vishuddhi chakra at the pit of the throat and start rubbing your middle finger with the thumb. Saraswati kalyāna vaibhōgamé, Vani kalyāna vaibhōgamé, Savitri kalyāna vaibhōgamé, Brahmapatni kalyāna vaibhōgamé. Now bring both your hands in Namaskara Mudra. Focus on the Agnya chakra at the place between your two eyebrows, tilting your head slightly upwards so that the eyeballs are moved slightly towards the center. And focus on the pituitary and pineal glands inside. Durga kalyāna vaibhōgamé, Kali kalyāna vaibhōgamé, Ishwari kalyāna vaibhōgamé, Sukanda Devi kalyāna vaibhōgamé, Kamakya kalyāna vaibhōgamé, Gauri kalyāna vaibhōgamé, Sati kalyāna vaibhōgamé, Parvati kalyāna vaibhōgamé, Meenakshi kalyāna vaibhōgamé, Vishalakshi kalyāna vaibhōgamé, Kamakshi kalyāna vaibhōgamé. Shri Himagiri Kailasha Parvata Maharudra Shivahradiya Sthita Pujita Shri 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 Durga Kalika Parameshwari Sukkanda Devi Kamakya Devi Vaishnavi Devi Jai Mata Di Madurai Meenakshi Kashi Vishalakshi Kanchipura Kamakshi Tirumailai Kirpagamige Tirunallar Pranambige Tiruvannamalai Unnamullai Amman Chidambara Shivagami Melmarvattur Om Shakti Sholinganallur Pratyankara Devi Varahi Neela Saraswati Vishwa Durga Devi Kolluru Mukambike Shringeri Sharadambal Horanadu Annapurneshwari Ishalinga Bhairavi Varturu Chaudeshwari Mysuru Chamundeshwari Kanyakumari Kanyakumari. Now shift your attention to the Sahasrara Chakra, the crown of the head. Continue with your Anjali Mudra, Namaskaram. Ardhanarishwari kalyāna vaibhōgamé. Ardhanarishwara kalyāna vaibhōgamé. Mahakali Mahakala kalyāna vaibhōgamé. Now place a Merudanda in your right hand over your left palm and focus on a feet or two above your head, directly vertically above the Sahasrara chakra. Matru kalyāna vaibhōgamé. Pitru kalyāna vaibhōgamé. Nagarani kalyāna vaibhōgamé. Rahuketu kalyāna vaibhōgamé. Get into the Chin Mudra on your laps, and then focus on another feet above the crown of the head. Ambhuh Ambhuvaha Agum Swaha Aum Mahaha Aum Janaha Aum Tapaha Aum Satyam Aum Tatsabhiturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Naha Prachodayat. Gayatri kalyāna vaibhōgamé. Panchamukhi kalyāna vaibhōgamé. Vedamata kalyāna vaibhōgamé. Shruti kalyāna vaibhōgamé. Rik kalyāna vaibhōgamé. Sama kalyāna vaibhōgamé. Yajuk kalyāna vaibhōgamé. Atharvana kalyāna vaibhōgamé. Now focus on the movement of the Kundalini Shakti from the Mooladhara chakra to the Swadhisthana chakra to the Manipura chakra, Anahata chakra, Vishuddha chakra, Agnya chakra, Sahasrara chakra, Matrupitru chakras, and the Guru Tattva chakra, Gayatri chakra. Remain in my meditation, observing the flow of Kundalini through all these 9 chakras. The first 3 recognize that the tamas has just got over. The next 3 recognize that the rajas has just got over. The last 3 recognize that the sattva has also just got over. At the Sahasrara, at the Matrupitru chakra, and the Guru Gayatri chakra. You can remain in this meditation for as long as you enjoy bliss and ecstasy. May your marriages be successful, physically, emotionally, energetically, intellectually, and spiritually. And may it lead as a sadhana to your unison, or rather recognition of your unison with the entire universe. Aum Tat Sat. Aum Sahana Bhavatu Sahanau Bhunaktu Saha Viryam Karavavahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu Ma Vidvishavahai. Aum Shanti Shanti Shanti.